Check. 1, 3. Hooray! At least the stream seems to be going. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you smell me? Can you? I can't. Yes, I can hear myself. That is wonderful. Hello, everybody. Sorry this took a bit longer. I arrived very late to my place, so everything was not set up, but I hope you are there. At least someone is there, and sorry for the delay. This was not planned, but yeah. Seems between the last time I streamed and now, Restream in this case has in fact changed some of their interface, and suddenly stuff didn't work the way I planned it to work, and I had to figure out how to actually get back into my stream, which kind of sucks. Hello, Kadia, how are you doing? Hey, Apollo, how are you doing? Hey, Aura, how are you doing? And Ida, how are you? And Oso, hello, Oso. Hello, Ori. Yeah, see you later then. Trust me, that's good. I just traveled back home from visiting my family on a very crowded train, so you don't want to smell me. Probably better so. Hey, Aura. How's everyone doing on this wonderful Easter Sunday? Unless you're Orthodox, in that case, it's not Easter yet. And if you're obviously not a Christian, then, well, it's just a Sunday in April. Let's get this whole thing started. How are you guys doing? I'm sorry this was like super late in planning and stuff, because I'm very disorganized these weeks, and but yeah. And then I set up the whole thing, and like an hour after I had set up the stream, Matt decided to actually do a Sunday pub anyway. So I'm like, all right, that's gonna, keep some people there. And yeah, so we'll see how this goes. Anyway, I'm doing all right. I am doing stuff. I have almost finished a wonderful video on the rise of anti-intellectualism in America, which is a probably 2.5-hour video, because I can't actually, be succinct or anything. So it's a long video. I recorded it last week. I have to re-record. I feel like I have to re-record the last part, like the conclusion part, tomorrow morning, which is fine because the rendering takes for fucking ever at this point, and won't be finished by then anyway. So that will maybe come out tomorrow or come out on Tuesday, depending on how things go. Ida, I very much appreciate that. Like, here's the thing. Like, I saw that, like, last week, I saw that Matt said, like, he wouldn't do, like, a pub this Sunday. And I'm like, fine, then I'll do it this week, because next week I'll be at Keep It True Heavy Metal Festival, and I can't do anything, like, end of the month. So I'm like, if Matt's not streaming anyway, I can do it. And then he did it anyway. I'm like, well, that's frustrating, man. You could have told me. Yeah, I spent the day with my mother and my sister and my brother-in-law and my niece, who who was really scared of me when she saw me again, like after like last time she saw me was at Christmas, and now she's like really scared of me. And then I won her back by my ability to swallow big strawberries in whole and in one go, and that apparently is a skill that 1.5-year-old kids really appreciate. And yeah, I spent the day reading To Those Who Have Confused You to Be a Person, which is a book on online harassment towards women and how women deal with that and the damage it causes. And it's not exactly a fun read, but it's, I think, an important book. And that's what I read today. Um, yeah, I did in fact do stuff. And in the background, I'm still rendering this long ass video about anti-intellectualism and where it kind of comes from and why it is where it is and who's to blame and all of that stuff. And I'm super nervous about where it will end up and if anyone will appreciate what I've done or not. But that's something to be found out during the week. Okay, that does sound like a really clever trick. I'll keep that in mind, Ida, for like the next time I have to face down my niece. But yeah, so we'll see. I mean, if I'm smart, I'll just keep that video in like my back pocket and put it up on like Thursday morning when I run off to Keep It True festival, and then I don't have to deal with the fallout until I come back on Sunday. And but maybe not. They are like the interesting thing. Like I feel like with children is that they are so like everything moves like super fast, right? It's like they change like their taste and the things that scare them and the things they love like from like day to day and then later like from week to week or whatever. It's much faster. But in a lot of ways, I think like young children are like dogs. It's like you can always win their friendship if you offer them food, and they're like their mood kind of changes between like within like I don't know 10 minutes or something. But that's me saying that as someone who doesn't have kids. So, um, uh, yeah. Yeah. So, I feel like a lot of my reading the last weeks was like once again like super nonfiction weighted in a lot of ways. I did like a lot of like reading and rereading for the second like anti-intellectualism video because I kind of have to. Once I focus on like a book or like a video topic, I kind of have to keep that stuff in my brain, and I'm really bad at that. So I have to constantly sort of like reread stuff and go like, I'm gonna read it again, but otherwise it kind of drops out of my brain. Um, I did read Imaro by Charles Saunders though, which was really interesting and really cool. It's like a black sword and sorcery character in a sort of like fantasy version of Africa, the same way that say that Robert E. Howard's Hyborian Age is a fantasy version of like mostly Europe. It's like sort of like this fictitious thing that has like a lot of like ideas. And like, what I found interesting about the book, and I might still make a video about it, I don't know. What I found so interesting about it is that it is Saunders is African American, right? He now lives in Nova Scotia in Canada, but he was born, I think, in Pennsylvania. I might get it wrong, but and he started writing these things in like the early 70s. Like he's born in the 50s, I think. And what you can see is how a lot of this is an American sort of a Black American idealized version of Africa as this like mythic place when it comes to sort of like defining your identity in a lot of ways. And you can see how that kind of shifts. And the interesting thing with like someone like Saunders is, of course, that he, between writing sword and sorcery and fantasy, he did a lot of like nonfiction and journalism stuff on like the life of Black people in both Canada and the USA, the US, and that kind of stuff. So he's very much like sort of reflecting on what he's doing with his fantasy and or what he did with his fantasy when he was younger, and so there's like several layers of reflection in there that make it very interesting to read. But it's still like really interesting experience. Oh, how did you like The Dawn of Everything, Ida? I personally really enjoyed it when enjoyed is probably the wrong word, but like I really appreciated it when I read it for the first time. I should probably reread it at this point. I've read like a ton more of David Graeber's stuff and obviously other books in between. So I guess my experience rereading Dawn of Everything will be very different from the last time round. But yeah, so I'm gonna read when it comes to fiction, I'm definitely gonna read Goliath by gods. I haven't started the audiobook, so I have no idea how to actually pronounce his name. What's his name? Tochi Onyebushi. Buchi. I have no idea how to say that. I'll find out. Kadia knows the name because she told me to read the book. Well, I mean, she said that she enjoyed it, and I'm like, hey, I wanted to read that anyway. So I am inspired. I'm also on a train, have nothing better to do than spend Audible credits, I guess, which is what I did. Oh, Graeber in general is like really good, and like Venro is obviously a big part of the book. That's kind of the important part to see that it's like a collaboration. I think like I really encourage you to read Debt: The First 5,000 Years. That one is really good and interesting and important in like how finance stuff works. Bullshit Jobs is sort of I Bullshit Jobs I think is good, but the book does suffer from having a couple of chapters that have too many sort of like just sort of like interview parts from people that he kind of talked to. Um that's a bit of a problem with that specific one, but like Graeber in general is just like was just an amazing sort of like academic, constantly doing the right thing. um in as much as you can, as being someone in academia and all of that, but like really cool stuff that he tried. His I read his The Real Libertalia, Pirate Enlightenment. I did enjoy that one. I read it's called The Joy of Bureaucracy. I need to look up the title. It's a collection of essays, and it has a really interesting one on science fiction and Ursula Le Guin and Dune and stuff like that. And it's a really interesting essay on science fiction in that regard. So yeah. Kadia, yeah, I see that. I think Eric is one of those books. It kind of has some really cool bits and pieces in it. Some of them have not exactly aged too well because everyone has done like, what if hell was actually like just bureaucracy? That joke's kind of gone old by now, right? I think it was probably funnier when the book was published, and some bits are just a bit too racist, I would like say in some regards, and some bits are just. I mean, the other part is probably that's just like sort of like having like three or four set up sort of like slapstick short story elements and tying them together with that sort of like Dr. Faustus kind of backstory, and it's the usual like Rincewind issue where like Rincewind lives and dies with his sidekick, and some sidekicks are better than others. And I think Konina in Sorcery is a really cool sidekick. Probably the best one is Scrappy the Kangaroo in The Last Continent, and both Eric and Two Flower are not necessarily really good good sidekick characters that kind of make Rincewind as the kind of character he is work too well, I think. Yeah, or that's part of my problem, right? It's like I think like intellectualism is one huge ass problem, but people reading books you think are shallow, that's not anti-intellectualism. That's just like people reading books you don't like, and people not being able to do like hardcore deep analysis is not anti-intellectualism. That's people just not having the tools to do that, which is a failure of education. And that's sort of like where I'm trying to get at with that video, is to explain how anti-intellectualism is the ideology that leads to defunding education, to taking away these things, to that leads to a situation where a lot of people don't have the tools to perform intellectual labor, so to speak, and going to and attacking people who are incapable of doing whatever we call intellectual labor, is blaming individuals for something that is a systemic issue that has been deliberately caused by an alliance of, well, in the US case, the Christian right and the billionaire class. And it's very easy to show how that happened. And that's kind of why I'm so annoyed by people attacking, I don't know, book talkers for loving their dragon porn or whatever. And it's like, that's not a sign, that's not anti-intellectualism. If I go and if I make a video on like a fucking Dan Simmons book, and I hate to bring him up again, but like I make a video on Dan Simmons book and explain in detail how these things are, racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, misogynist, and all of that stuff, right? And someone tells me to stop reading too much into the book, that is probably far more anti-intellectual than someone going like, well, I love a hockey romance. And I'm like, well, I don't know. and that's kind of what frustrates me so much about the whole anti-intellectualism discourse, is people using it as a phrase to go like, people that are not as educated as I think I am. And that's not what anti-intellectualism is, and that needs to be kind of cleared up. So yeah, I spent like almost something like 2.5 hours to yell at clouds, I guess, because I'm an old man. That's what we do. I mean, Eric is incredibly annoying. He's like, I think like what I find interesting about Eric is you read Eric and he's absolutely frustratingly annoying. And that book was written in like the late 80s, early 90s. I don't know the exact publication date, right? And you're like, yeah, Eric would be a fucking incel today and would probably watch Andrew Tate videos and all of that stuff. And it's like, Pratchett is very good at like sort of like figuring out those specific traits of humans in a lot of ways, which is sort of like to bring it back to like the darker side of this. All right. I think it kind of depends on what you want to look at with Graeber, right? Like there's books like the Joy Bureaucracy or whatever it's called, and The Ultimate Hidden Truth of the World. Those are like essay collections. Bullshit Jobs is, I think, fairly easy to get into because it's, the concept is easy to be understood, and then you're like, yeah, shit sucks, I guess. Debt is a bit longer, but does sort of like the long-term sort of like historical, anthropological sort of exploration of one specific topic. I think that works really well. And The Dawn of Everything is just like this massive sort of like human history thing. It's very deliberately, Bengrow and Graeber are very explicit in the forward already, in the introduction already. It's like, yeah, this is not a book about guns, germs, and steel, and it's also not *Sapiens* by Yuval Noah Harari. And it's like that's kind of the point. It kind of goes toe to toe with these sort of like large large picture human history kind of book, so it drops in a massive amount of like information and stuff. So I don't know where to start, but maybe that helps you to decide what works best for you. I think that is probably the strongest in a lot of ways. Um, well, showing off sprayed edges is why is sprayed edges so close to search terms on fucking Pornhub or whatever? Anyway, it's about conspicuous consumption in a lot of ways, and that's going to be like another video that I'm going to do like after the anti-intellectualism video is up. We need to talk about how sort of like book conversations and book marketing have shifted towards that, because there's a large sort of like interesting argument to be had about and conversation to be had about like how fandoms have been monetized and how that has sort of like how that worked over the last like 30-40 years in a lot of ways. Because when you look at fandom in a lot of ways started out as the space where marginalized people did a lot of like their own sort of like personal labor to carve out a place for themselves within like a media sort of like a story world, a universe that they love, right? It's like but Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever, and you have like a lot of people of color, queer people, people with disabilities, writing fan fiction, creating fan art, all of that kind of stuff to sort of build representation for themselves in a universe they love. And when it comes to fandom in that regard, what you see is that status within that fandom, in those fan worlds, is kind of tied to the kind of labor you provide. If you write a lot of like fan fiction, you have a certain reputation within the fandom and so forth. The problem with all of that is, of course, that it's not monetized. And what you see is that, like, once Star Wars hits and George Lucas shows that you can absolutely fucking monetize the living daylights out of any fandom, right, by selling everything. What you see is that, like, media, like the IP owners, and this is, it's a capitalism thing, right? Starting to find ways to shift fandoms and slowly move fandoms over to places that can be monetized more. By which I mean like targeting groups that are demographics that are seen as having more purchasing power, which is obviously white middle class dudes in their 30s mostly, and sort of like shifting the idea that having status within a fandom is no longer tied to how much like fan labor you have done, unpaid fan labor, I might add, but more about like owning the right kind of things and owning enough sort of like fucking Funko Pops or all kinds of merchandise and sort of like, and that's sort of like how you suddenly project authority within a fan space. And the way the whole like sprayed edges and limited editions and all kind of whatever stuff book things happen on, say, Book Talk and partly on BookTube, that it's everywhere. Like that's sort of like the end point of that trajectory, because at some point in the last, I don't know, 20, 30, no, more like in the last 10 years, probably more like 5 years, those like large media corporations realize that they can also monetize sort of like the fan fiction side of things, which is like when you get like a lot of like the romance stuff and romantasy, the way that things are more and more like advertised and promoted by using fan fiction tropes and stuff like that. They're trying to also capture that specific audience and monetize that audience that has for the longest part sort of like worked outside of the commodified aspect of fandom. And I think that's then you see the thing that you always see, which is, of course, white middle class dudes who had for like the last 15 years, for the Big Bang Theory era, basically felt like they are like the biggest people within fandom because they own the most shit. They suddenly feel attacked because other people can also be part of fandom by owning shit and having their stuff also represented within the fandom sort of world. And that's where you have like a lot of like the backlash against romantasy and romance and all of that kind of stuff happening within in book talk and so forth. And that's where our good old friends of sexism and racism and classism kind of come back in. And that's why I'm so annoyed about it, is because like some white dude talking about all his Warhammer figurines is not being accused of being an anti-intellectual. But someone going like, I have like all of the Fourth Wing Spread Edges collection is called like anti-intellectual. It's like, why is that? Can you please explain it? Because like Dan Abnett may be a prolific author, but he's certainly not going to be fucking Thomas Pynchon the second, is he? Yes, Kadia. Book banning is anti-intellectualism. Defunding libraries is anti-intellectualism. Well, disbanding the Department of Education might be called anti-intellectualist. Threatening universities with withholding funds might be called anti-intellectualist. But it's, yeah, that is free. So I think Bullshit Jobs is also free. I own one book with sprayed edges, and it is the Game of Thrones D20 role playing game from like all the way back in 2005. And it's a massive tome, and it has, yeah, don't ask. It's got like sprayed edges, gold or silver sprayed edges, and it's got like a full leather cover and like a silver direwolf's head on the cover, and yeah, it's massive, but it's a role playing game book, so you know. Yeah, fan labor is the kind of stuff that fans do as part of a fandom, by which I mean writing fan fiction, creating like drawing fan art, creating cosplays, that the kind of stuff that you do that does at the end of the day promote the fandom, that promote the not the fandom, but promotes the sort of like universe, the intellectual property that you are creating that stuff for, because it is uh, at the end of the day, it's unpaid labor. Like you write, like you dress up in like a Star Wars costume. People go like, "Oh, that's Star Wars." That's unpaid. That's unpaid advertisement for Star Wars, right? That's unpaid labor. That's why it's called fan labor. It's important to recognize that people are spending time, money, and energy into doing that, and the people benefiting from it are profiting from it at the end of the day are the people that own that specific intellectual property, and that's kind of where the term comes from. And yeah, um, hey, biggest, how you doing? Yeah, that's kind of the point, Kadia, right? Like people started doing these things for free, partly because they were like often, not always, but like often marginalized, or didn't find themselves represented in the thing they loved, so they started doing that. And the problem is, once like corporations and the IP holders decide, like, how can we actually exploit that labor, and how can we actually use that to make more money? Obviously, the people writing the Spock and Kirk fan fiction back in the day did not do that beyond just like wanting to have like gay Star Trek stuff. And at the time, Gene Roddenberry and whoever owns, I think it's Paramount, right? Paramount did not go like, how can we monetize the gay Spock and Kirk fan fiction? But over time, there have been situations where that did, in fact, very much happen, like how corporations did try to slowly monetize that, or shift sort of like the idea what a good fan, what a super fan is, from like someone who's written like thousands and thousands of pages of fan fiction towards someone who owns thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of like merchandise. And by shifting that perception, they have sort of like um shifted the idea of like how a fandom sees itself. Because but the way that fandoms work, right, is like that whoever owns sort of like has canon power, basically has like the opportunity and has the chance to sort of like direct the understanding of who's like good or not, right? Like if Star Wars or what, let's stick with Star Wars for now. Like if LucasArts or like the Star Wars, now it's Disney, of course, like Lucasfilms and then Disney, does showcase like our Star Wars super fan of the week. And if they stop showcasing, doing like a presentation on the website of like whoever wrote the most fan fiction, and switch that to the person who owns the most Star Wars merchandise, and do that like from week to week to week, or month to month to month, then at some point the larger fandom will go like, well, clearly these are sort of the people that have power and authority, especially if at some point the owner of said property then invites the people they claim are the super fans to, I don't know, premieres and exclusive events, and suddenly you have like exclusive knowledge, certain forms of like what you might call capital, that you can then that those fans can then use to sort of like build that hierarchy within the fandom. That's how you shift a fandom from where people are, where if there's a hierarchy, it's according to how much like you provide to the fandom versus like how much you actually paid from the people that sell your merchandise. And that's there are studies on that. It's like, unfortunately, I've read some of them on like how that happened now, including documents where corporations are very explicitly explaining how they are trying to shift sort of like and move and shape the fandom towards something they can monetize more. And it's capitalism doing capitalism things, basically. Oh yeah, all right, I agree. That's not anti-intellectualism. My point is that we have these elements of like how consumption has been changed, and how engagement and engaging with like fandoms, and how engaging with books and all of that kind of stuff has been changed. But a lot of people label it anti-intellectualism, and my goal is to explain that that's not anti-intellectualism. That may be the result of like, I don't know, 70 years of concerted activities of the far right and the far Christian right and the billionaire class to sort of like shape society in a way. And that's kind of the result of it. And like, if you want to talk about the people that are anti-intellectualists, you need to go and fucking attack your your Birches, well, I mean, not Birches nowadays, but you need to attack those kind of people, because those are the fucking anti-intellectualists, not the people that have gone through that system and have been told that conspicuous consumption is the only way to gain recognition in society. That's not their fault at that point. It's like, how can they sort of like get out of that unless you provide them with resources like libraries and all that stuff, because the education system for sure isn't doing it. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with that video and the follow-up video. So that's kind of what I'm trying to address with these videos, because I mean, when booktubers or booktalkers or bookstagrammers or any other form of bookfluencer is complaining about anti-intellectualism, they're not wrong. They're just like attacking the wrong people, and that's kind of what frustrates me, because because that means, like, especially the way it is done, it kind of perpetuates a lot of the racist and ableist and classist and so forth assumptions in a lot of ways. And I tried to address that in like the first video, where I'm like, that one clip of that one booktalker going like, there's too many words on that page. Why are there so many words on that page? And everyone's like, oh no, booktalkers don't want to read. It's like, what if she's just complaining about the page layout? Can you maybe understand that depending on how the layout is, that is hard to read for people with, say, visual impairments, or people with ADHD, or all kinds of other issues that makes it difficult to read if the page layout and the typesetting is fucked. And like, if you're German, if you've ever read like a fucking reclam book, you understand that there are ways of making a book unreadable by just like printing too much on too small of a font on like on one page. That's a valid fucking complaint to go like, oh, so you don't want to read those many words. That's an assumption from the outside, and that comes from one specific place, and that place is, well, sexism and classism, I guess, mostly, and sort of also ableism, but more explicitly, I guess, like sexism and classism in a lot of ways. And it's fucking frustrating to see that, because, you know, yeah, maybe that was exactly the thing. Biggest, I can tell you that I've recorded the entire new anti-intellectualism video just with the vest without a shirt. So I did my best. I'm playing into the stereotype. I went back to like slightly better tasting beer though, because, you know, there's only this much I want to suffer for my art. If I'm recording like at 10 degrees in without a shirt, at least I want my beer to taste good, you know. Now, sorry, Kadia. Sorry. um, what can I say? So this is going to happen, and then I'll try to make a video on Goliath, because I think I'm gonna read it tomorrow, and I'll try to get that one up during the week. And I think after I'm back from Keep It True Festival, I'll finally tackle the fucking Mormonism video. I want to get this out of my brain. It's haunting me. I have like phrases I want to say in part 5 of that video already stuck in my head, and I need to get this out of my brain. It's taken for fucking ever. But I hope that like me having sort of like being able to kind of push through the whole thing in like one go, in like 4 days, basically recording that video in like 4 days, and going like, oh, this is fine, and maybe that gives me enough of the of that fuck it attitude that I need to not re-record the same part like 10 times. But yeah, so what are you guys reading? Obviously, I know what Kadia has been reading at the moment, which is Goliath. What's everyone else reading at the moment? Now, I'm not going to read all of it tomorrow. I'm going to start it tomorrow, and then I'm going to read more of it at the gym on Tuesday, and maybe finish it on Wednesday, and then record the video on Wednesday, so I can put it up on, I don't know, Thursday or whatever, while I'm somewhere in the probably icy cold fucking nights at Keep It True Festival, because camping at Keep It True is always like one of those really fun things. It's, it's the end of April and it can be super warm during the day and then still go down to like -1 or 2 degrees during the night, and you wake up and you zip open your tent and there's like this thin sheet of ice because all the precipitation on the outside of the tent just like froze into like one thin sheet like of ice, and you open your tent, it's just like that whole sheet of ice just like falls down to the ground and breaks up, and they're like, oh, I guess it's cold. Hey Joe, how you doing? Ida, Mormons are people, and that's all you need to know. They're people, and they are all over the place. Saint Elspeth, okay. I never heard of that, but it oh no, it just reminded me of the new KJ Parker, which is has also like one of those like vaguely Christian titles, and it's coming later this year, and I'm still not gonna read it because I'm an obnoxious kind of person that really doesn't do what everyone else is doing. When you say the first one, you mean Ilmet and Lankmar? I assume. Yeah, yeah, or I think that does kind of the Shirley Jackson comparison I think is valid, and then it turns into this like very much like self empowerment kind of thing, which I really loved about it. It's like it gets really, and it has this like sort of like early 2000s Tumblr kind of queer Tumblr vibe, which I think is really cool because I think that's kind of the audience for it, right? It's like it's a story for all the people that felt sort of like bad and only had Tumblr to express that, and now they get like the story that allows you to go like, yeah, what if we can just like fucking burn down the entire fucking camp? And wouldn't that be really cool? And it is really cool. And I love that about Camp Damascus. Like the empowerment factor is just so good. Oh yeah, that's the last one in Swords and Deviltry, and that is Ilmet and Lankmar. I love that story in so many ways. It is absolutely fucking dark, but I love like the beginning with like Fafhrd and Mouser when they meet for the first time are one of the best or like most accurate depictions of male friendship in like they're both incredibly insecure, so what they do is get absolutely fucking hammered because they try to show off in front of each other's girlfriends and do something incredibly dumb by which they accidentally get their girlfriends killed, and then they just like turn absolute psychos, and it's like yeah, yeah, that tracks. It's all rooted in like male insecurity compensated by alcoholism, and yeah, I think there's a number of people who are doing KJ Parker now. It's not just Alan. Alan's obviously like the biggest one, but there's a number of people who are like, "Oh, KJ Parker is the best," and maybe they have all like stepped off the KJ Parker train again. I mean, I know Books with Sarah is also doing very much promoting KJ Parker. And I think KJ Parker is good, right? I'm pretty sure I will enjoy KJ Parker. Don't get me wrong. Like Evie is also KJ Parker, pro KJ Parker. There's a lot of people doing KJ Parker stuff. Well, yeah. I think most of I don't think Alan is doing KJ Parker, right? I mean, anyway, um, uh, I haven't read KJ Parker. I think I'll probably like KJ Parker. Part of the problem is, of course, that most of the KJ Parker stuff is short stories, and they're sort of like not necessarily published in like an accessible version or whatever. And that's part of it. And I mean, I can always go and get like the Siege trilogy, the whatever ways to defend the walled city, and do the other stuff. And last year's trilogy, 2 years ago, the something something Corax stuff is also available on Audible. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll get to it at some point. I'll just like read and not tell anyone. And next time someone talks about KJ Park, I'll just like shrug my shoulders and go, yeah, that's all right. It's not as good as Spear Cuts Through Water, but it's pretty solid, I guess, right? Hey, the Demidrek has arrived. How are the worms of the earth, my friend? I mean, the other thing is that I have my Jane Austen and Bronte sisters collection, audiobook collection now, so I can, if I really want to torture myself, I can go through like 105 hours of Edwardian fiction in one go. That's probably not a good thing to do, but maybe I'll just do like one of them per week and go like, he's what you deal with. Now it's just Jane Austen for the next 10 weeks. But yeah, my main goal is to actually get that that anti-intellectualism video fully rendered. It takes forever because I've decided to actually do the actual transition filters between the different parts, and that like slows down the rendering process. And then I miscalculated, which is, me trying to do stuff at like 1 a.m. and I miscalculated by like half a second. And since I'm doing this through like command line, it means if I miscalculate by half a second, it renders 40 minutes of video, and then it just like kind of stalls out, and then I wake up and I'm like, why is this doing this dumb thing? And then I have to start over again and realize that I did a math thing that I shouldn't have done. Mad Ship is the second one, right? That's the middle one, and Ship of Destiny is the third one. I always confuse those. Oh, you're almost done with my Memories of Ice. That's cool. I've never read any Austen. I think I will like Austen because of, yes, the sort of like satirical aspect of it. But it's more like, look, it was like one Audible credit for all of Austen's work and all of the three Bronte sisters' works, novels, including also the poetry and letters and shit. And I'm like, yeah, it's a good deal, and I should read some of them. And I don't think I make. I mean, I don't know what I'll do if I'll make video for each of the novels, but it's more like I get all of that in like one go, and even if I don't make explicit like reviews or whatever for each of those books, it's reading them will, you know, expand my sort of like horizon and give me more like background to draw upon when I read other books and go like I can compare this to this, and so I'm gonna read all of them. I have no idea if I'll make videos for them. I just felt like maybe having like me doing here's the beer drinking dude talking about Jane Austen's romance might be an interesting sort of like approach to classics, but we'll see. I'll have to figure it out. I haven't started yet. I have other stuff to fry. 381. I have not read that. Interesting. I should have that. I'll have to look that up. And that is true. And I should probably do that, Ori, because the way I check whether, like, you know, whether I've cut it too short or not, the only way I can do that is through audio anyway. So I probably should just do that. That's a very good idea. I don't know about any of that, right? My problem is like the only thing I know about the Bronte sisters is that apparently Heathcliff is not an orange cat, and that's something that has rocked my world. um, but the thing is, like, as I said, like the main issue was I was like I thought I had it all figured out, and then I like the cutting and everything, and I was like, yeah, we're done, and then the whole thing stalled because I at that point was just like too tired and did misconvert a number, and I'm like, yeah, damn, sucks. But now we're back on track, and it'll render the next part overnight, and then I can re-record the final part tomorrow morning and have it done by Tuesday. And also has done a thumbnail. There is a thumbnail for it. Yeah, I need to look into that, Ori, because I think I have not. I need to. I probably need to recompile that because I'm using an older version of FFmpeg, and I need to I need to do that. That's a problem for later. But yeah, thanks for that tip. I'll see what I can do. Not that like my laptop has like a really good like GPU or anything, but like maybe it'll make a difference. And it's really just like using the transition filters does slow down stuff massively compared to just like all the other stuff. But yeah, so Goliath and then something. Um, I wanted to read Malcolm Harris's new one that came out on Tuesday. but I have not gotten to that one yet because I got sidetracked by other stuff. Um, and that's like I still have to kind of figure out how to do that because like so far this year I've read so much like nonfiction stuff and not a lot of like fiction really. But the new Thomas Pynchon is sort of like the thing that made me very, very happy. I'm like, wow, there's an there's a book that I'm actually actively like really excited about, and that sounds mean because I'm excited about No Life Forsaken, but like I guess the reliability of Stephen Erickson is his bane there, where I'm like, yeah, well, it's a new Malazan book by Stephen Erickson. It's going to be great. I know that. But a new Thomas Pynchon is not exactly what I was expecting to happen ever again. So that coming out of nowhere, I'm like, holy shit. Now I'm like super fucking excited. Yeah, I think like the preview part is exactly the problem there, Ori, because it's like, yeah, but I can right now it's basically do that, yeah, or yeah, do the audio encoding and that's that. And then the rest, yeah, no other option. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. That's the Goliath, Ori. I just bought it today. I'm going to read it very soon, and I'm very excited about it. I think I might like it. Or do you have like what's your opinion on it, Ori? Because I assume you've read it. Well, Ori, I'm gonna start it in the next, I guess, 24 hours. Because I only have like 1 hour left in To Those Who Have Confused You to Be a Person. Yeah, that is actually like a really good argument there. Like Ori, it's like books that make a lot of people angry is probably a book's worth reading. Usually, at least if the criticism comes from you know the right kind of people. I've never read any of his books. I just saw his new one, the Harmathan, however you say that season, which sounded really cool. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds, it's let me get my bearings straight. West Africa, West Africa cyber noir crime novel. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds really cool. And then I looked at other stuff and I'm like, yeah, I should probably read some of that stuff. And so now I'm doing that. Yeah, but like it's clearly a book that's worth talking about. That's something that I think is it's not just like people writing basically 3 word slurs on Twitter. That's clear, but like it's a book that does make people go and I have to write. Okay. Oh, by the way, have you read the Chuck Tingle Donald Trump story now? Now that you have it, not Chuck Tingle, Lavi Tidar, Donald Trump story. Gods, sorry, sorry, I confused that with Chuck Tingle because I'm sure Chuck Tingle has also written one by now. I have this say this like once again. Like I read Mariana Mazzucato's The Entrepreneurial State because I figured like after all the other stuff that I've been reading, it's like maybe read that. It sounds reasonable, and I get so frustrated with it. Oh, how is When We Were Real? Because I read the title and then I heard like a really short sort of like elevator pitch kind of thing. And I'm like, is it going to be good or is it just going to be like, oh, AI bad and upload bad? Like, does it have like anything meaningful to say beyond that? Because like the title sounded too in your face, if you know what I mean. Like for me personally, because I'm a very jaded, cynical motherfucker, right? Like, but is it good? So to go back to the Mariana Mazzucato thing, right? Like the entrepreneurial state, and I'm like, am I going to read that? Because obviously the sort of like idea behind it, which is like the state funds all the fucking research, and then private corporations use that research and get all the money, and that's kind of bad. I'm like, yeah, that's true. And there's like two things that really stood out to me. The first one is like 2 times she talks about like how the way that funding is allocated is bad, and her argument is that small and medium businesses get more funding for research than the police. And I'm like, how's that bad? Like how can you do that twice? How can you go and tell me that a a perfect example for taxpayer for tax money waste is spending it on small and medium businesses instead of the police? It's like the fuck. But the overarching thing is like she goes through that whole thing. Goes like, here's this thing, this happened, like, and here's like how Apple basically just used all these like publicly funded like patents and stuff to build the iPhone. And isn't that like fucked up? And I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up. It's like clearly there has been a mistake, and we need to recognize that there was a mistake. We need to actually change laws so this mistake gets corrected. And like, you fucking liberals, this is written in like 2016, 2017. It's like, this is not a mistake. This is fucking on purpose. How can you still be this fucking naive? It just like frustrates me because like going like, look, this is fucked up. This is a problem of like the way we do neoliberal capitalism, but it is part of the fucking system. We need to change this. We'll be fine with like, no, this this did not happen on accident. Okay, that's interesting. So I think that might actually be sort of like the best way to do that with that kind of title and that kind of topic, to go for like the cozy sort of like human aspect in a way, because it's easy to become like too sort of too moralizing with something like, hey, maybe this is bad. Also, we call it When We Were Real, and it had that like, okay, I'm going to use an example here that is probably like not going to work for anyone. Like, so I'm a huge Bad Religion fan, right? Like, and they've always been a bit very, over the top, clear, and all that, and somewhat cheesy and all that. Like the one album that was really in your face bad in that regard was the New America. And when we were real gave me the New America vibes in that regard. The same way that on the other, like we're talking about punk bands, NoFX's The War on Errorism had the same thing, right? Like you had the George W. Bush kind of clown face on the cover and everything, and it was like it's too much. But using that and then going into like a sort of like a more human aspect might actually work. Hey, Britain, how are you? Yeah, Aura, that's exactly the problem. It's like, how can you like? I mean, look, and I've just come back from reading that fucking Hofstadter book again for like the third time. And it's like, I'd love for the world to be the place where like liberals could actually be liberals and everything was fine. But like the way that people are willing to sort of ignore shit just for the sake of being liberal is so fucking frustrating to me. So yeah, welcome again, Britain. No, you're right, Ori. I try not to do that. It's kind of difficult to do that. Like, I think that might have been like the one thing that absolutely fucking ruined Babel by R.F. Kuang for me, because like the first thing is like combining the dark academia aspects of the secret history with the prose of Doctor Strange, Jonathan Strange, and Mister Norrell, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's not what Babel was. That's not what Babel was, and it's bad to have that as like your back cover thing. The cover does sound more like what you said there. Wait, what do you mean Matt got sick of you? It's only like 9:15. What happened? I don't know. I've read Babel. I still want to read at some point Yellowface. I think I might maybe Kwong is better when she does something like Yellowface. I think Babel was a necessary book. It just wasn't necessary for me. I think that's how I would categorize Babel. But like beyond that, like comparing it to the Secret History and to Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell was just like a really dumb move, because those books, which have their flaws, don't get me wrong, are very, very, very different. It's like, yeah, it's set at a university. No shit. It's like Britain with magic. Yeah. But come on. That's not why people enjoy the Secret History, because it's set at a university. That's not the point. Catabasis, I have no idea. I just looked at it and it's like, yeah, going down into hell. It's gonna be. It doesn't sound like something I'm interested in, so I'm not. I'm whatever, you know. Unfortunately, the same thing goes for the. It's called the Iridescent, Emily Tesh's new one, where I'm like, I really, really loved Some Desperate Laureates. Such an amazing book, so fucking good. And then I looked at like the iridescent, and I'm like, incandescent, not iridescent, the incandescent, and I'm like, uh, magic school in England. I don't know, man. I'm not a Harry Potter reader, so why would I want to read that? It just doesn't work for me. Yeah, I've heard about Blood Over Brighthaven, but yeah. I, so here's the thing: like, I don't think I need to read more Dark Academia. I don't think Dark Academia works as a genre. Dark Academia as an aesthetic, I kind of get, but it's sort of this weird thing where people go like, "Well, let's read books about like humanities students absolutely ruining themselves to get like a degree that does not ever get them a job, except you're like as privileged as fucking Donna Tartt who can go through that and live ever since." But like, it doesn't work. I've read yeah, I've read The Secret History, and I think it's a good book. Don't get me wrong; it's a really good book. It does a lot of really interesting things because it does sort of showcase how like that specific sort of elitism kind of stuff works and how that's bad. I just feel like it's that problem that you have where like irony doesn't work, and we often have that situation where we go like where you have like you write a book that sort of like uses irony to sort of explain how say fascism is bad, and then people complain about like how no one's getting the joke and all that, and be like, yeah, but the Secret History is kind of the same thing. It's like you read the Secret History and you go away from that and go like, yeah, I want to be like the people in that book. You're like, yeah, you haven't understood the book, right? This is bad. You don't want that. That no one should have that. That's the point. And it's so frustrating to see that happen in like another field. Maybe it's satisfying in that like, hey, it's not just when it comes to Nazis, it's also when it comes to like, self-exploitation fashion hogs, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It sucks. I think like the one sort of dark academia book that I think is worth reading beyond The Secret History is Awaking the Moon by Elizabeth Hand. Because it does go actually different places and does really cool stuff. Also, it has like a lot of punk rock references, which pretty good. Well, John, um, cheers to you, my friend. And this may be a surprise, or maybe not. Reading Marx does not automatically turn you into a communist, right? Just as an aside, you can read Marx and look at capitalism and realize why there are flaws in capitalism, and not go like North Korea is where I want to go, right? There are steps on the way, and but yeah. If you're American, I don't think you need to go commie on your country. I feel like mostly what you need to go is like anti-fascist on your country at this point. That's because you're in the wrong church, my friend. If you're Catholic, then every church, every service is a pub crawl. Nah. The thing is, like with facetious as a word, I'm like, yeah, that's I know what it means, but I would I would struggle to actually explain, find a translation in German, or like I would struggle to find like a one word translation. At least the rendering of the anti-intellectualism video has now cleared the bar of like where it stalled yesterday when I miscalculated stuff. So parts 1, 2, and 3. Here's where you can tell. By the way, super maybe not funny, or like fascinating anecdote, right? How studying computer science really got me, because so I recorded these the video in like parts, and then I saved them, and then I had to name them. And like it took me until like the end where I realized that I named them like file 0, file 1, file 2, file 3 instead of like 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I guess at least I got like the index right for like I indexed them correctly for like an array. Hey Phil, skull. Yeah, that's like the same thing you have like in Germany as well. Like you have these situations where like you have like yeah, you have service, a church service, and then you go to the bar. Like usually like the town pub across the square, where like you have the church on one side and you have like the village pub on the other side, if it's a village, and otherwise just going to the next pub that's available. But yeah, that's how that works. Well, Ori, I do talk about embedded markets and disembedded markets and encased markets. So I'm using language that has been used by people that know stuff about economy. I'm quoting. I'm referencing both. I'm referencing like Carl Polanyi, and I'm referencing David Harvey, and I'm referencing Quinn Slobodian. So I may even drop the name Hayek once or maybe twice. I may also curse Milton Friedman, but that fucker has it coming. So, you know. I think it kind of depends on what you mean by like I've read Marx, because there's a difference between reading the Communist Manifesto and reading Capital and reading Marx notebooks and reading anything else, and there's like a massive difference. Um, the first anti-intellectualism video generated like a lot of capital for me, like compared to most of the other stuff I've done. That one, like I don't know what happened there, because it got like a lot of views. So probably worthwhile. I am supposed to be, or maybe I will be. It kind of depends. I said I wanted to be there. There's a workshop thing on uh content production planning thing that YouTube is doing on Wednesday, where they talk about like how much, which is apparently about like work versus like effect and whatever planning. So I'll let you know afterwards if it was like a good investment of time. I think it mostly, I mean, it mostly generates like cultural capital for me, and not exactly economic capital. So that's how I would go. I would go Bourdieu on that one. I think it's so. Here's the thing: like, I feel it is worthwhile to read Capital Volume One because it's a really good analysis of like how capitalism works. And it does not say that's bad. It just goes like, this is how that works, and there might be problems if we keep doing that. And like all big fantasy trilogies, Volume Two is a bit boring. Volume Three is very gripping again. So like, Capital is worth reading all three volumes, I think, because it does not go like, this is what we need to do. It's more like, well, if we keep doing the thing we're doing right now, this is what's going to happen. And as an analysis of capitalism, I think it is still worthwhile reading that. I think it's also important to read Cal Polanyi's The Great Transformation, because I think that is definitely one of those key texts to understand for like the 21st century and the 20th century, especially when it comes to the idea of like the supposed free market and what that actually means. Yeah, that's my point. That's my point, Britain. Like, the analysis of capitalism is still one of those that, like, there's a lot of people that are very much not Marxist, that like very much hardcore capitalists in all kinds of ways, that go like, yeah, he's right. We just like it that way, and that's your choice. But like, there's a lot of people that are working on Wall Street, or like that are working in finance, go like, yeah, Marx is a good book to read if you want to understand how capitalism works. But that's like kind of the point, right? Like, Marx doesn't tell you how a society should be run exactly. He goes like, well, we're going to figure out something once we're done. Well, then walk your dog. Dogs are fucking important. Dogs are cool. That's an official that's an official position of, well, this channel. Dogs are cool. Yeah, I think that's the point. Like, Marx is really good at analysis. Like, his utopianism is not exactly, but yeah, he's really good at like actually like spelling things out and going like, well, this is what's going on, and if we keep doing this, it's not going to end well, right? And it's like one of those like really fascinating things that I loved like about Malcolm Harris's Palo Alto, because he opens the book with like a quote from like a Marx letter to someone, like one of his correspondents in the US is like from like 1850 something, and he's like, please send me more information about California because I think it's going to be the most interesting part of the world. And I'm like, damn, you're right, motherfucker. I somehow doubt that's gonna work. Yes, walk your dog. We don't want annoyed dogs around. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like, UBI would be like a really good idea to actually solve a lot of like problems, and that's kind of where where you start talking about that whole fucking Protestant work ethic, and you need to punish people for not working. It's like, no, that's not how that works. At least not nowadays. And that's kind of where Bullshit Jobs by Graeber kind of comes in, right? Where he talks about sort of like the same sort of like aspects of like how we keep works around, like jobs around, because we think, because there's an interest in keeping people in like bullshit jobs that are unnecessary, because because like having people in a work context is seen as worthwhile, despite beyond them creating what you might call value in whatever way. No, Palo Alto is really good. I really enjoyed that. One of those really weird parts of like so I read Palo Alto, which really good, and then 2 months ago I read Know My Name by Chanel Miller, which is obviously a very different book. If you don't know what it is about, it's if you remember the whole like that situation where that athlete dude raped a girl, and then everyone was concerned about like how they are basically destroying his future as maybe being an Olympiad swimmer, and all of that kind of stuff. And Chanel Miller is that woman, and that's her story in love, about like going through the process of like fighting back after being raped, and how the system is kind of fucked up and all of that. And it's a pretty good book. Um, well, to bring this back, right? What was interesting is that both, because that happened at Stanford, right? And both Malcolm Harris grew up in. That might be like they're sort of like in the same generation, like a couple of years difference, I guess. But they all sort of like talk about the same thing at the beginning and at the end of the book, which is the series of like Stanford suicides, where like a lot of people in Palo Alto, um, a lot of students at like that one high school took their own lives by throwing themselves on the tracks of that one train that goes past that town. And the solution was to have like a guard stationed at that specific like train overpass to make sure that no one does that, which is you know where like no one actually looks at the situation, at the causes, but goes like, well, we're going to make sure that people are not going to do it like this publicly, basically, because if people still want to do the thing, they can now do it somewhere else. And both books kind of start and end with that specific thing, and I'm like, holy shit, that's an interesting kind of connection, because you know it's modern society. What you're going to do? You're already doing the first like problematic step there, Britain. It's not a Marxist Leninist thing. Marxism and Leninism are different things. Yes, Leninism builds on Marxism in some regards, but the idea of like a vanguard, which your Leninist approach in a lot of ways, that's a different thing. I don't subscribe to that. And the sort of like your Marxist Leninist, to pull that together into like one ideal is already sort of like simplifying things to a point that does cause problems, I guess. Um, no, I'm kind of with you. One of those really funny things. So I recently read for the anti-intellectualism video. I read Chris Hedges, who's an American journalist, whatever writer dude, um, book, The Empire of Illusions, The End of Literacy and the Triumph of Spectacle. And it's an interesting book, and it's a good book in a lot of ways, and he's much better at it than some other people that are talking about anti-intellectualism I could name. Um, and he goes and quotes, he quotes Marx, and he quotes Adorno, and he quotes Horkheimer, he quotes Walter Benjamin, and he quotes Herbert Marcuse. He even quotes fucking Lenin, right? In his analysis, and then he does not quote or not name and reference Guy Debord. And he has the Triumph of Spectacle in his fucking title. And I'm like, why? Like, if you read Marcuse and Adorno and Horkheimer and Benjamin and Lenin and Marx, I know you've read that book. You know you've read that book. Why? And I think the important part is like Chris Hedges is actually he's very Christian, right? He mentions it at the beginning, like he used to be a preacher at some, not Baptist, probably Presbyterian, but some Protestant church denomination in the US. So he's very much in a lot of ways very different from Lenin, but he quotes Lenin in a positive way, is what I'm saying, right? He goes and then he does not mention Guy Debord and calls, yeah, I don't know. And it's just like frustrating. It's like, how can you do that? Like, be honest about it. Like, it's nice. Like, the book was good. Like, I was much more annoyed about the Susan Jacoby The Age of American Unreason, because that's like the harmful part. That's like, once again, like the liberal mind prison, right? Where she starts out and talks about like pseudoscience and goes like, well, social Darwinism is clearly a pseudoscience, right? We can explain how pseudoscience works and all that. And she does all of that really well. And it goes like, well, the way that ideas of the market are treated today are clearly also a pseudoscience. And then she talks about like all these other aspects that lead to, a lack of literacy and all these other things that you see as the result of anti-intellectualism, and then ends by going, well, I guess it's all video and the internet. And I'm like, you were this fucking close, this fucking close, and you go like, well, I guess it's this newfangled iPhone that no one needs. Yeah, the book is from like 2008, and it ends in like the conclusions, like, yeah, shit's bad and no one needs the fucking iPhone. It's like, oh boy, oh boy, this has not aged well. um I think that's like a very complex thing that I don't know if we can like work through all the things all the issues with Lenin that I have, and all the other stuff that's around that, that I don't think we can litigate that tonight, Britain. I think there's a difference between Lenin's sort of like thought and the stuff he writes, that he wrote down, and some of the stuff and the way he acted once he had actual power. There's certainly differences between that. There's also like a questions like how can you get through like the Russian Revolution in that specific way and not come out a fucking monster? It's like this is like, and I don't necessarily believe in that. That's the whole idea that like at the end of the, it's like in like 1890, you told people that like one country in Europe would become communist and one country in Europe would become like absolutely virulently anti-Semitically fascist, and people would have totally guessed that Germany would become like communist and socialist, and it would be Russia or France who would become incredibly virulently anti-Semite. Obviously, it didn't happen that way, but the fact that like the sort of like, if you go from like a Marxist idea of like how capitalism leads to socialism and all and so forth, right? Like if you look at that, that was thought that was like theorized around like an industrialized country, and Russia, once the revolution hit, was not exactly that country. It's not Britain. It's not like industrialized Britain. It's not even sort of industrialized Germany. It's the place where like the Tsar absolutely fucked over his country for their country for like the last centuries, and just like created such a pressure of suffering that that level of violence kind of come through, and that doesn't justify anything that comes out. I'll never defend fucking Stalin. Don't get me wrong, but it's important to understand that there are like historical sort of like contingencies that explain why stuff went the way it went, and not according to some sort of like dreamed up sort of ideal or anything. And that's kind of part of it, I think. Also, what's wrong with Robespierre? Russia, raw dogged by history. Sad but true. But yeah, that's kind of the point. Is like that's what I was trying to say. Is that there's a difference between like Lenin as a an active politician and Lenin as a writer. There's differences there, and I think there's something to be learned from both like Lenin and Trotsky's writing. Where I'm like, yeah, that it's valuable to read that and understand where they're coming from, what they're doing, and you can then take that and apply to wherever you're at. You don't have to, go like Lenin said, so I'm going to do the same way. You should never go like Marx said, that's what I'm going to do, and the same way you should never go like, well, Milton Friedman said, and that's why I'm going to do. I mean, particularly not when you go like Milton Friedman. Interestingly enough, it's his grandson, right? Patrick Friedman, grandson of Milton Friedman, is a white supremacist and crypto guy. So now you know. It stays in the fucking family. Oh, I'm never afraid to say something in bad taste, Britain. But yeah, uh, I think like what I found interesting, like with like a lot of the reading I've done recently, and I'm in a lot of ways. I mean, obviously, I'm very happy that like all the Franz Fanon stuff is finally being released in audiobook, and I read The Wretched of the Earth, and I'm very happy. And another book for like next week is A Dying Colonialism, which is also going to be happy reading, um, between all the other stuff. Um, but to bring it back, it's always important to sort of like read these things and apply them to where we are, and not go like, well, it's written like this. That's not how theory works. That's not how like political and philosophical writing has ever worked. It's not like it's spelled out like this. That's how we do. And and interestingly enough, that's kind of like one of those things that is so important when you talk about Christianity, right? To because that's like the difference between like the theology that like even the Catholic Church, which with all its faults, and don't get me wrong, they're wrong about most things, right? But there's like you do like higher criticism, you do biblical criticism, you do all of these things, and you do theology in the way that you do, and you move with the times. You take the texts and go like, well, they teach us this and that, and we apply that to where we are, and then we're still like incredibly conservative and homophobic and all the other things, but we're slowly moving. And then you have your very specific forms of evangelical fundamentalism where it's like, well, it's like this in the book, and we're not talking about the book, we're talking about just the fucking King James version because that's the only book we allow. And that's very much like going, well, Lenin said this, so I'm going to do what Lenin said back then. And that's sort of where I see that parallel is like, read texts and that, read both, read Lenin, read the Bible, and then figure out like sort of like, how do those things, which are clearly written as people trying to make sense of the world they're living in, like, how does that apply to where I am at, and then what can I do from there? But don't take them as like unalterable sort of like sayings of wisdom that will never be changed, because that's not how that shit works. Which Friedman are you talking about? Because there's so many of them. I don't know how you come to that, John. Or at least not right now, because I don't think I said anything about the like white supremacists right now. Hey, Jen, how you doing? With coffee. I hope the dog is a very happy and relieved dog now. Oh yeah, could be. I don't know. I have not looked into that. I don't care about it, honestly. It's more about I said I was talking about his grandson, who is very much tied to very far right problematic groups, which Milton Friedman is not to blame, to be blamed for that. Milton Friedman is to be blamed for people being thrown out of helicopters and stuff. That's his thing. um, well, we love it when the dog is happy. Well, yeah, I hope it's not gonna happen too soon for you, Jin. But wait, like how's that gonna work with like the birthright citizenship for you, right? I haven't looked too deeply into that. Like, how's the Trump's sort of like attempts at like switching like birthright citizenship? How is that going to impact people with indigenous heritage? Is that going to sort of like un-American you, or is that just something they might do because they're like dickheads? Notice I did not say why white supremacist in that moment. I'm trying. But yeah, so that was kind of my point. Is like to go back to that, like any book you read is never going to be like the book that tells you what to do. It tells you like this is what the author thought at the time, and then you can apply that to where you are right now. But like, and that goes for Lenin, that goes for the Bible, and that goes for any other book, really. Except, of course, until I write a book, and then you, of course, have to do what I say. But this is going to happen because I'm not going to write a book, or not that kind of book. Yeah. So I'm going to read Goliath next week, and I wanted to read like Malcolm Harris's new book, which it's called "What's Left: 3 Ways Out of the Global Crisis," which is obviously about climate change and what to do about it. But it may have to wait until next month. My offline book club has decided to read "The Starless Sea" by Erin Morgenstern. I'm not sure if that's a book I should read. I mean, I'm gonna read it, but like, it kind of doesn't sound like the kind of book I would enjoy. I'm hoping to be obviously surprised by it because I know it's a very beloved book. It just like some things always sort of like kept me back, and it might just be be me being like incredibly toxically masculine. Everyone goes, "Oh, it's romantic and it's cozy and it's called The Starless Sea," and I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean. A lot of this might just like be internalized, you know, internalized toxic masculinity and homophobia, I guess. But I guess I'll find out next month. You are not exactly making me hopeful there, Kadia. But I'm just like somewhat frustrated because the alternative was the what's it called? I know Kitty just read it. The It's called The Correctory, something like that. And that one sounded like much more like my kind of thing. But everyone else voted for The Starless Sea, and so I guess that's what we have to read. That's kind of the thing is like you do like a book club, you suddenly have to read what other people want you to read, and you're like the that moment where I lose control over my choice of reading is always like really frustrating. And it never goes well, which is one of the reasons why I've never offered this like what a lot of booktubers do, which is have your patrons or whatever vote on like the book you're going to read. And it's like, it's not going to work, right? I can't do that. I mean, we'll find out if I'm liking it or not. I mean, I like flowery writing, but not always. But guys, we've been doing this for 2 hours. I'm really sorry because I just basically ran in here more or less straight from the train. I need to take like 2 minutes to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Can you amuse yourselves by telling each other really dumb dad jokes or doing something else conversation wise for 2 minutes? I'm counting on you. Please enjoy yourselves for like 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. I'm sorry this took so long, but yeah. Turning on train travels are kind of hard because train bathrooms in Germany are a bit of a luxury. You don't want to know about it. The thing is, like, with book clubs, for me in particular, like, I started that book club like years and years and years ago with a friend, and I've handed over the organizing part to someone who's slightly more disciplined about it, which is good. But the problem is that I'm really bad at. I've never DNF'd a book. I don't think so, and at least I can't remember. And so I'm reading everything, and even if I'm doing the same thing, so I can talk about why I hate it. A lot of people are very willing to DNF stuff. uh, oh no! Can you hear me again? It's still the robot voice. Okay. The book club I'm part of is the thing that I started years and years ago together with my then flatmate, a different flatmate from now, but we're still friends. He just like had to move to like a different town for jobs and stuff. Um, and at the time, we were like playing different tabletop role playing games with all kinds of friends. Where we were always like going like, "Well, we're playing this game. It's going to be like this in this book," and everyone else was like, what? And we're like, well, it's like Fafnir and Grey Mouser. Haven't you read that? And everyone is like, no. And it's like, okay, so we're going to start a book club so we can establish sort of like a common understanding of like of books. So we can then move sort of like, so we establish like a common language of like references and shit. And that did not go too well. I'm glad the voice is better now. Anyway, that's kind of where the book club kind of thing started, and then we read a lot of books back then. Some interesting, some not so interesting. The worst one I ever read was In the Hall of the Dragon King by Stephen R. Lawhead, who is the writer of the Pendragon cycle that is supposedly being turned into a TV show by just never happened because the Dwyer somehow apparently uh, no, that's kind of thing. It's a small book. People I know, like, it's a book. We sometimes meet because you have kids and shit and jobs and me, but you know, I kind of like that because it brings in like stuff that I normally wouldn't read, even you know if it frustrates me, and then I get to suggest a book and everyone reads the book and goes like, I don't get what you're doing there, and then you have someone going like, hey, why don't we read Illuminatus by Robert Wilson? I'm like, oh yeah, glad you would like music, but not news. Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry, Ora. I really don't want to know whether you think that Matt Walsh is actually cool or not, because Matt Walsh is not cool. I know he pretends to be a Catholic. As someone who grew up Catholic and has read a lot of Catholic theology, he's not cool. He's also not Catholic. So, just to be clear, Stephen Lawley, he's a very evangelical Christian, evangelical Protestant in the denomination. And that's not the problem, right? He can do whatever the fuck he wants, right? It's more the book was not good. Like, C.S. Lewis is better at mingling fantasy and religion than Stephen Lawhead is. And Lewis is not exactly, what you might call subtle, right? And that's kind of the problem there. I wish I knew what to do about it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna check. I'm just closing stuff. I heard that reduces sort of like space and stuff. I hope better now. Well, Britain, I think he doesn't just look like a creep. I think he very much is a creep from all I can see. And that's kind of the problem. Matt Walsh is, I, you know, Matt Walsh, from all I've seen, and I try to not watch too much of his stuff, is like the man is incredibly stupid. He's incredibly inarticulate. He's wrong about anything he says when it comes to like theology or Christianity or whatever. He's just a fucking bully and a dickhead, and I fucking hate that so much. And nothing in there is funny. Matt Walsh, a dude who likes to dress up in diapers, but also has a beard because he wants to be manly. I think that kind of covers it. No, he's a self-avowed Christian fascist. Is what he is, and he sucks. I don't think teachers are allowed to ask, like, see, that's kind of the problem that we deal with, right? Like, there's so much fucking dumb misinformation. That's kind of where the anti-intellectualism kind of thing kind of comes in, right? You're like, in America, teachers are allowed to do that. John, when's the last time you've spoken to an actual teacher? When's the last time you've been in fucking school? Just asking, right? Like you hear these things, but who told you these things? Where did you get those from? How? What? Like, are those trustworthy sources? Right? Is that a guy you met at the pub? Is that Newsmax? Is that fucking? Do they still exist? America on of OAN or whatever that type? You know, where's that from? Because no, that's not how that works. Teachers don't ask 4-year-olds because teachers don't talk to 4-year-olds. Fourth graders, yeah, what's your gender makes sense, right? Teachers don't talk to 4-year-olds. That's in fucking kindergarten, is my point. I sure hope it's not the same one. No, I don't think so. Of course, you brought that one up, Ori. But that's my point. So much of this is like, once you actually sit down and think about it, like, teachers don't talk to 4-year-olds unless they're like their own kids, and then that's not a teacher problem. That's a and one of those like really fascinating things that really, I mean, with teachers it makes sense, right? Like the pronoun things. Like, I don't necessarily care about your pronouns unless I talk about you, because if I talk to you, I say you or your name, right? And it's so fucking frustrating to see that whole like how you have like these like layers of like miscommunication and deliberate miscommunication, and I'm just part of that. He's the kind of person I would like absolutely love to challenge to a fist fight. No, because I live on a different continent mostly. That is true. Everything is gendered. Everything has a pronoun. No. But it's so fucking frustrating, and so much of the misinformation I think is so frustrating about it, because yes, you know, if your parents are like really like, if you take a friend teachers, they feel like these teachers, and you know, one of the reasons why a lot of teachers are in fact active. And it's not about like to live with children, they have to work with children, and have to work with parents, and has to sort of like witness all kinds of abuse, oppression, all kind of stuff. Any like legal power whatsoever, having the legal protection to not tell the parents whatever the kid tells you is a fucking safeguard, right? In all kinds of ways. Like, if a kid goes to the teacher and goes like, well, my parents are actually, you know, physically like abusing me by like beating me, whatever, all that stuff. That's yeah. Maybe you should not just go directly to the parents and go like, "Hey, all kinds of you're a different hey, I want to be that different gender." It's like, yeah, why not? What's the fucking harm? Like, who's harmed in that situation? No one. The parents don't suffer by their kid going by a different gender in school. Like, there's no fucking harm in there. Unless you accept the idea that parents have the right to decide the gender of their kid. It's like, that's not how that works. You don't buy your kid. That's not how that shit works. I think we settled that, like, after that war that y'all fought there in like the 1860s, that no one owns no one, right? Also, Ori, chairs are in fact male. Der Stuhl. Um, don't ask. It also means shit. All right, John, we're going to do this this way. I assume good faith here. You are very much using language that is, in fact, incredibly offensive. So tone it down, and we can certainly talk about all of that stuff. But yeah, tone it down. Otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna be fucking. I'm gonna do the thing where I ask the people with the wrench to be, discourse Stalin and get rid of you. Um, but yeah, please tone it down when it comes to insults. I think like Britain's copy of Lord in the Mist is exactly the thing that I was talking about when I said the argument about like that girl on TikTok complaining about too many words on a page, and people going like, "Oh, she doesn't want to read too many words." I'm like, no, it may just actually be, you know, a question of the page layout, because if you've seen like Britain's copy of Blood in the Mist, you know what I mean, right? That's yeah, there are situations where you go like, "That's what you want to read." That's not how we read the book. so close to your like I'm already no, I haven't yet. I still have to. I've been not doing a lot of like podcast stuff. I'm so fucking behind. I still haven't listened to the 3 hour well, there's your problem episode on the Bermuda Triangle either. And I've even fucking I'm a patron backer of Well, There's Your Problem. Because I'm trying to be 3 months ahead of me there, Chantel. All right, John. So to go through this, because we're doing this in good faith, because I try to, for once, I identify Angela, my pronouns are flip flop flop. That is incredibly insulting because that's not how that works. Now, it's fine that you, as someone who is cisgender, even though you said that you have like gender dysphoria, don't fully understand, or whatever, especially if you like, I don't know your age, right? Like if you are not fully in that discourse yet, that a lot of the pronoun discourse can feel weird, especially when it comes to neopronouns. I get that, right? It can feel weird, but, and this is sort of like where stuff gets interesting, why not let people do that without feeling spiteful? And when you go like, I identify as a spatula, my pronouns are flip flop flop, you basically go like, I don't respect you for wanting that. The question is like, why? Is it because you don't feel respected, or is it because you go like, I hate you for actually having opinions, having views, wanting me to make a minimum of more space for you as a person? Because that's the point, right? Like, why do that unless you want to be mean? And I'm, for now, because I'm trying to be like open-minded and try to be non-judgmental or anything of the sorts, and take what you said in. I'm asking you, like, why are you going that route? Why do you have a problem with someone asking for like different pronouns? Just like, basically, what's your issue there? So now I have to go back down to fucking end of the. Oh man, I wish I knew what to do about that. Give me a second. Let me try to find out, like, if video and audio are glitching, I wonder if it's like a question of the connection. Are things getting better? Um, sadly, it's not the cable, because I don't have a cable anymore. I used to have a cable, but my new laptop doesn't have like a cable connection, so it's all Wi-Fi. Are things getting better or not? Because otherwise, I think it's a Wi-Fi issue, or like a general like internet connection issue. I can always try to say a long ass sentence. I'm not good at like saying long ass sentences. I mean, I rarely make videos that are longer, like 5 minutes or anything of the sort. But yeah, I hope this works. Maybe, who knows? And that's kind of the point, right? Like, misgendering happens, and normally you go like, well, I'm sorry, didn't know. From now on, I'll do it, right? And that's fine. That's the goal, right? It's like, at the end of the day, unless you really want to be an asshole to other people, try not to be an asshole, and then it kind of works most of the time. Like, if you misgendered them and they got mad at you after you apologized, I think at that point, yeah, just yeah, that's Oh, by the way, Apollo, are you going to be in Wiesbaden for the propaganda show on the 25th of May? Just asking. Out of curiosity, we don't have to meet up or anything. I'm just like, hey, if you're there, I'll be there. If you meet me, if you see me, you want to say hi, that will be cool. Otherwise, proceed. Wait. How do you lose your freedom of Great Britain if you're a transphobic asshole? Like, sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. All right. I was just curious. I'm like, hey, because I'm definitely going to be there, and I got the new one as a promo stream, so I have listened to the entire new album. It's very slow. Compare like I mean, obviously, like Victory Laps was already much slower than like earlier albums, but it's a very thoughtful, sort of like very angry, sort of like older album in a lot of ways. But one of the songs is called Benito's Early Works, because a choice for a title. Oh, when's that? Ori. Um, when is the first anti-Zionist Congress? Also, I guess the question is like, who's organizing that, and are they making sure that it's an anti-Zionist? Like, how are they safeguarding it between like being anti-Zionist and being, just like anti-Semitic thing? See you later, John. Oh, damn! That's a shame, Chantal. That you basically just like miss it by not knowing. Yeah, I still don't know why Britain is so weirdly more transphobic than anyone else. But it's certainly a thing, and I don't know. I don't understand it, but I'm sure there's like a reason for it. But I wish I knew why. Hey, Grandma Sledgehammer. That's first of all, that's a brilliant name. Yeah, 13th to 15th of June. Interesting. I'll have to look into that because that sounds very interesting. Um, um, but yeah, all right. Let's bring this back to a sort of like structure. Uh, yeah, I think the robot voice was actually the rendering going on in the background, taking all of the RAM, and I just like stopped the rendering for now. So I guess we're good. Uh, unless the robot voice is still there. In that case, I have to go up and yell at my flatmate and tell them to stop playing whatever they're playing. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? That like trans people were like everyone was fine with trans people, and then someone decided to go for trans people, and yeah, I think it kind of works so well. It's so effective because trans people do sort of like um, put so many sort of like things in question, right? Like if you trans people sort of like put masculinity in question, they put femininity in question, which is where you get like all the turfs where like I'm a feminist and suddenly all those people I also have to for and I'm like yeah, and so I think it was like easy to go for trans people because it's in a lot of ways like the most vulnerable group to go for in a lot of ways, and it's so fucking frustrating. Oh, nice. What did you read while you were in Mexico, Chantal? Yeah, I'm with Chantal there. Like, grandma sounds badass and daddy sounds creepy. That's true. Yeah, you said that, and you said it was really depressing to read that. The thing with like ham on rye is like the title is so like that's your like very German like food generally because so much of it what we eat is like rye bread and some pork product on it. That's that's a German breakfast and a German dinner and probably also a German lunch. So yeah, what were you reading while you were in Mexico, Chantal? Will be interesting. Yeah, that's like one of the things, right? Like the term daddy is certainly something that has shifted meaning in the last 20 years. I think roughly. I would argue like roughly 20 years because of like, internet pornography, I guess. Because suddenly everyone knows, right? And it's not just like a specific like community thing. Suddenly everyone goes like, "Oh, daddy." Yeah. Cozy mysteries. I wish I could read cozy books. I just don't have, I guess, the patience. And that's like one of those really interesting things that I'm trying to sort of like figure out, right? You're like, there's some people who go like, my life is stressful as fuck. So I'm gonna read some cozy books, some cozy mysteries, and that's gonna help me relax. And I'm going like, you give me a cozy book, and I just get incredibly frustrated because nothing's happened. It's like, give me a book that makes me more angry. Like, give me an angry book. I don't want to. And I'm trying to figure out like if that's like a question of like privilege, where I'm like, yeah, I don't suffer like a lot of like stuff in my real life, right? Like I'm good in a lot of ways. Um, so I have like the mental space to read books that make me angry and frustrated and all that in a way. Whereas someone who is, you know, is marginalized in a lot of ways and suffers a lot of like abuse online and in and everywhere all the time for them, reading something cozy is like much more like a relaxing. Where I'm like, that's not relaxing. It's frustrating because nothing's happening. I think like I read Terry Pratchett as cozy. Terry Pratchett is not cozy as such, right? As close as I get to cozy, which is why I've still kept away from the Goblin Emperor. And a lot of people have told me that I probably would like the Goblin Emperor, and that some people have told me that I probably absolutely fucking hate the Goblin Emperor. But like the fact that people are calling it cozy is sort of like making me wary against it. I might be. I don't know. I I don't think so. I'm just an angry person. I don't know if I've ever read any middle grade books though. Going up to you guys, like I don't know. I think oh wait, maybe I've read a bunch of like really weird like middle grade mystery stuff that was probably from like I suspect it was either my mother's or my father's books. Like I mean, definitely like stuff from my parents. I don't know if it's from their generation or the generation before. And it's kids solving mysteries and stuff with a like a decidedly 1950s vibe at the time. Oh, how is When the Moon Hits Your Eyes, Chantel? That's because I saw that and I'm like, I know. I mean, obviously, I know you're like a huge Scalzi fan, but I'm like, with Scalzi and humor, I'm not sure I'm into it. So I'm like, is it good? I think you're right, Kadia. It is like Redwall is definitely middle grade in that regard. Like, I mean, it's for kids 10 to 14 roughly, which is middle grade, I guess. But it's also incredibly violent for like that age because it's yeah. Let's just like put pour boiling water into this tunnel and like okay, I guess we're doing war crimes for middle graders. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I love Scalzi as a person, like not as a person, but like I like his sort of like his blogs, his opinions. I'm with him. I like a lot of his books. I did enjoy Red Shirts, for example, partly, but partly I was also like, nah, we're good. We're good. So with like when the moon hits your eye, I'm like, it might just be too cheesy, pun intended. Bye, Apollo. Good night. See you around. And thanks for hanging out. Um, so yeah, I was going to say something, but some book, and then I forgot. Anyway, I said like at the beginning, I'm about to finish to those who confused you to be a to those who confused you to be a person. The title is slightly weird because it's a quote from like a hate message that the author got, so it doesn't grammatically make full sense. And it's a really good book about online harassment that women get and how to deal with it and how people deal with it. It's really good. It's incredibly frustrating in a lot of ways, but it's also empowering. And what is so clever about, and where I think it's really important, I wish more people, including booktubers, would read that, is that it sort of like ties sort of like the experiences, and each chapter starts with an interview with like a different person that has suffered like online harassment, and then it kind of ties that into like larger sort of like scientific elements of like why it is, how these things are not just someone is writing you hateful emails, but like how that does like impact your like physical well-being, and how these things kind of work out and how you deal with that. Yeah, I wish it would have been more scientific because, yeah, but I think the format works really well, and I really wish more people would read that because it's really clever in that regard and really important. No, no, Old Man's War is really good. The next one is coming in October, right? The something something piece. I I've seen it in my list, and I'm like, oh, next Old Man's War, and then I got sidetracked by Shadow Ticket because right now Shadow Ticket is the one book, and I really hope it's not going to be really bad. That would be difficult to deal with. And I'm well aware that like putting so much sort of like hope on like a new Thomas Pynchon novel is like part of the problem. But man, I read Bleeding Edge when it came out, and I was not expecting another one, so I am beyond excited. And because last year I read the first Bomb Light one, Polostan, which is sort of like covering the same area, and Neil Stevenson has been getting closer and closer. Has certainly taken in a lot of like stylings from like Thomas Pynchon over his more modern novels over the years. Having them both sort of like tread the same ground, both temporally and regionally in a lot of ways. By which I mean like 1930s, early 1940s, mostly Eastern Europe. Writing at the same time, I think, is a really interesting experience. I wonder how scared Neil Stevenson is at this point, or how confident he is in his own sort of like stuff. Because there's like no way that you know it's not going to be compared to like Pynchon with like all his like sort of like cultural capital weight that he brings with him just by being Thomas Pynchon. No, no, but to go back to that, or yes, that's kind of what I like about Scalzi. He's like he's very unapologetically John Scalzi, whatever he does, and that works. And when it doesn't work, that's not on him, that's on me. But I'm like, yeah, you're Scalzing out of my personal taste, and that's fine. And I'll go back whenever you're doing the thing that I'm once again like into. And that's why I was sort of like skeptical about like when the moon hits your eye, because that one seemed to be more on the humorous side, and I think I'm better with like the more serious side of Scalzi, like the old man's war side of Scalzi, than the Scalzi doing humor, thing. I hope that makes sense. Now, here's a good question, Chantal. Have you read The Forever War by Joe Lansdale? Because I'm like, is would you say that it makes that reading Old Man's War is better if you've also read The Forever War? Yeah. Deadhouse Gates is like a whole other level compared to Gardens of the Moon. Like Gardens of the Moon is like it's sort of like traditional epic fantasy. It may be a bit more like complex when it comes to like the way stuff is presented to you. It doesn't, feed you everything on a, silver plate or anything, but it's still fairly sort of like fairly mellow. And then you go to Deadhouse Gates and suddenly you're like, okay, shit's brutal. Welcome to genocide in Fantasyland. Yeah, it's still humorous, but it's not as sort of like I don't know. There's like the series car like core that like all of like Scalzi's books have, right? Like the core is closer there. Like the you don't have to dig too deep to get to like the deeper sort of like stuff. Yeah, that's the thing, Grandma Sledgehammer, right? Like stuff stays dark, definitely. Like it it stays on that level. Like there are elements that are like much more upbeat, and then it goes dark. Like Deadhouse Gate has some of the darkest and most brutal elements in there. I think that's yeah. There's like one or two like scenes in House of Chains and in definitely Dust of Dreams that are like as scenes incredibly brutal, but like the general like sort of like pure like despair of like colonial violence and anti-colonial violence is sort of like that's like where Dead House Gates kind of goes. Like, yeah, it's a desert, and like people are, you know, doing the thing. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily like let up on like the yeah the mental impact on like what it means to be, you know, part of like a, at the end of the day, an imperial army, and doing like empire shit, and how that kind of, you know, hurts everyone involved on both sides in different ways. Yeah, the most graphic he gets is both in House of Chains, in that, in some regard, and then definitely in Desert Dreams. But he's never too graphic. I think he's too good a writer to get too like you know, describing every single like part of the viscera that you need to look at, and all of that. And there's other authors who do that, and I think like Erickson is too smart a writer to actually do that, because suggesting is much better than, you know, laying it out at the end of the day in all kinds of ways, which, you know, when you do like dark shit, can be much more harmful. Yeah, yeah, that's the point. Like the hobbling scene is the most brutal and most, and I'm super divided about the hobbling thing. It's like I know why it's there. I understand why it's there. It makes sense. For me, that's good. I think it's a really good choice. But anyone who has actually suffered from sexual violence, I understand why that is one of the most triggering things you can ever fucking read. And it's totally fine to skip that scene if that's something you don't want to actually go back to, because how, you know, intense that thing is. And that's something I was like talking about with a friend recently. It's like I'm thinking about like, with, you know, reading books like Know My Name by Chantal Miller, and other stuff that I've been looking at. It's like I'm, you know, I'm a dude, right? I'm rationally, I'm aware that there's a lot of like sexual violence happening in all kinds of ways, and I'm aware of that. But there's a difference between sort of like knowing that this stuff goes on and having having like a personalized individual sort of like narrative like rammed home that actually, you know, makes you do something, right? And it's important to have that other thing. The problem is, of course, if that happens in a fiction in a fictional story that anyone can buy, right? It means that there are people who will get re-traumatized by that, which is, you know, why you need fucking trigger warnings in front of books. And I think that's a good thing, because like someone like me, who's gone obliviously through life and going like, yeah, life's fine, and yeah, you know, sexual violence happens to other people. I need to have that sort of like rammed into my face to understand that it's, you know, a problem I need to do something about, right? But there's people who don't need to actually have to be re-traumatized, and I think that's sort of like the hobbling does sort of like exemplify that in a really good way, because it like objectively it's really well done, but like on the subjective level, because it is so well done, there's a lot of people who will actually suffer by reading that, and they should not. See, here's the thing, though, right? I get that, like, reading that kind of stuff can bring you catharsis. I agree with that, but that that has to be like a conscious choice. So you need to know what you're getting into, right? It's like reading something that makes you uncomfortable because it kind of touches on something that you have, previous like trauma or whatever, right? That's a thing, but you need to make that choice consciously. Reading something that is all, fluffy clouds and bouncy lambs jumping over lambs jumping around on a green, glossy green meadow, and suddenly there's sexual violence. That's a different thing. You don't want that, right? Like, you want to, right? You need to know what you're getting into, and that I think is the key in those kind of things. Which is once again why trigger warnings are a good things. Like, yeah, this is like triggers for, I don't know, sexual violence, child sexual abuse or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, it's gonna suck, but I want to deal with that. So you go into it, but like you need to know what you're getting into when it comes to sort of like that thing. It's the sort of like pulling the rug up out under you. That's the problem. Yeah, and that's like the other thing, right? Like there are, and I get that, like Grandma Sledgehammer, right? Like sometimes you're like, reading is the thing where I get like nuances that like fuck me up, and other people go like, if I see that like on a screen, that's the thing that fucks me up, and it's like you need to know what you're doing, especially when it comes to sort of like dealing with your like own personal like trauma, right? What you need to know is like you need to know what you're getting into, because that shit's dark and that shit's dangerous, and you need to sort of like at least have the illusion of control in a lot of ways, and go like, yeah, I did this because I wanted to. And if you go like, oh, I'm going to like a happy pool party, and then you end up in something very different, then yeah, that's not on you. The tennis scour, yeah. But that's kind of my point, right, Ida? You can ignore that, but like, it has to be there so people can make that choice. It's like the same way you go to like a fucking theme park and you see the fucking roller coaster and like, yeah, you want to do like free fucking loopings, that's your thing, but that's your choice. Not knowing what you do is sort of the deal. Unless you decide to go like for like something in the dark, and you're like, yep, I want to be surprised. But even then, you know that you're deliberately going for something that's gonna, probably be dark. It's about like managing expectations in a lot of ways, and I think it's important to understand that. See, See, that's the point. It's like you need to sort of like have like a vague understanding what you're getting into, because otherwise that can actually be harmful. And I want to make it very clear. I've read your comment about like a book touching you where you can feel it, and I am trying to not make a comment on it. I'm trying very, very hard. Hey, but no. Like that video is fine. I look. I have long ago unsubscribed from Mike, and that video showed up in my stream like so many times, and I'm like, I'm not gonna click on it. I'm not gonna click on it. I'm not gonna click on it because I'm gonna make, and I didn't. And yeah, I no, I'm very much in agreement with you on that one. But yeah, no. I'm fine with escapism. I just don't look. I just don't want Nazis to have escapism, and if they have it, I want it to be clearly marked as a Nazi fun park. And if that's what they want, that's what they get. And then everyone else should still sort of like throw rocks at them for going to the Nazi fun park, including fucking Mike. I don't do political. No, well, I don't do explicitly political commentary. At least I try to not do that. And and that's still like one of those things that like really frustrates me in the whole like political thing. When BookTube talks about politics, the whole like this fundamental misunderstanding, right? Where everyone goes like, "Well, I don't want to talk about politics." And I had that recently, and I don't want to drag him for this. So Bookish Chas had a video about how reading has changed and stuff, and he talks about like how prices have changed and all of this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, it's capitalism and stuff, and I'm like, and he replied was like, yeah, I know that's true, but I didn't want to get political in my video, and I'm like, so why are you complaining? It's like, what are you complaining about if you don't want to get political about the thing, right? and that's sort of like my issue, where you have this like weird understanding where people think that political means like party politics, and I'm like, no, political means like decisions made that sort of like alter the course of society. That's political. That's why the personal is political. And if you know that it's the current version of like fucking late stage capitalism that is to blame for book prices being shit and all that stuff, then just say it, right? And don't go like, well, stuff has changed and now books are way too expensive. I don't like that. It's like, I wonder who's to blame. And I think that like weird sort of like differentiating between like party politics and the fact that like everyday life is still political, because that's what politics means, like organizing daily life. Basically, it's like, it's so frustrating. Yes, please, Chantal, rant. I feel like every book is political, no matter which book. Like the most cozy even the coziest of cozy mysteries is still political because it describes a world, and that world is you know one option of like how life could be. Look, Ida, no one ever wants to own a hamburger. Owning a hamburger gets really stale after like I don't know 20 minutes maximum. No one wants that. Like Germany is not a communist regime. I know a lot of hamburgers, and there are a lot of we have engaged in like a web of mutual appreciation, and then we all end up at the same concerts and drink together. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't want to say I agree with you, but I think I see what you mean, Britain. I don't think we would agree on like cases where that happens, but I think like there's ways of doing like political messaging within a fiction text, and they're kind of tied to like your skill as a writer of fiction. And I don't mind like a really angry in your face political fiction, but it has to be like angry in your face, right? Like the rest of the story, the plot, the action, all of that has to sort of like tie together. You read something like Metal from Heaven by August Clark, and that's an angry political fiction, and it's amazing because everything kind of ties together. And you're like, yeah, that fucking rocks. And that's not just because I agree with like the messaging, but it's also like the way the political rage, the mess, everything is tied together. And you read something like Hall of the Dragon King by Stephen R. Lawhead, and I'm like, it's a very basic Lord of the Rings retelling. It's fine. But your fucking Christian missionary comes out of the fucking blue, out of nowhere, and suddenly everyone decides to go with him, and then stuff gets good. And I'm like, no, give me like something more. It should not just be conversion, right? Like because if you're doing that, you're definitely like ruining the whole idea of storytelling. Ooh, I still have to read anything by Percival Everett, but the um, the wonder of history of the African American people told by Strom Thurmond, told to Percival Everett and the other guy, the author that's also super important. I just can't remember the name right now. Is getting an audiobook later this year, and I'm very excited because that sounds like exactly my kind of like really good book. Yeah, that feels very timely, Chantel. And that's like one of those like really depressing things. Like I'm not a huge David Foster Wallace fan, to put it mildly. I'm not. I've read Infinite Jest. I think it's good in a lot of ways. But you read Infinite Jest, and the president of the United States is a former like sort of like TV and Vegas review star singer kind of guy who doesn't know anything, and people just like tell him something and repeats it, and then stuff happens. I'm like, fuck. Huh. I guess we have to listen. I guess we have to hope for the for the wheelchair assassins now because nothing else will save us. But yeah, I have avoided both of those. But like, here's the thing: like, I've read like conservative authors where I'm like, yeah, that's fine, we're good, but like, I disagree with your politics, but you're still good. Like, I mean, I read Tolkien, right? I read fucking Robert E. Howard, and I'm fine. But like, there's ways where you're like sort of like mission kind of takes over, and that's the point. It's like you can write like a incredibly aggressively pro-Christian story, but at that point you have to change like the rest of the story to fit sort of like your missionary sort of like um narrative. The same way where I said like Metal from Heaven is an angry queer revolutionary narrative, and it's aggressive. It's like adrenaline pumping all the fucking time, and it's fine in that regard. And that's why it works. And then you go to something once again back to like that fucking Stephen R. Lawhead thing is like it reads like your average Tolkien clone, slow and slow and slow, and then the Christian do the your like missionary shows up and does his missionary speech, and suddenly everyone goes like, well, I guess we'll all join the one God, and then everything will be good, and then everything is good. I'm like, yeah, you fucked up the rules of narrative, and you did not align the rules of narrative with your politics, and that's kind of the deal. And that's not because I disagree with the politics, which I do, but I disagree with the implementation of it. Hey, Kale, how you doing? How is Easter Monday out there on that godforsaken fucking island that is claiming to be a continent? Ah, sorry. Yeah. So, what can I keep on saying? See, now you showed up, Kale. I'm like, I'm gonna keep on going. I'm like, I was so close to just like ending the stream, so now I feel like obliged to keep going at least for a while. Anyway, here's the thing: is like what's the kind of books you guys are looking forward to that are coming out in the next couple of like next month or 2 months? Because I'm still sort of like struggling with like current releases. I'm I'm like, yeah, I want to read The Bewitching by uh Morena Garcia, which is coming out in August. Silvia Morena Garcia, it's coming out in August or maybe September even. And yes, there's a new got Gabriel K coming out in May, but I still haven't read all the rest. So I'm more like, yeah, I'm gonna get that, but I'm not gonna read it right now. So I'm still looking for like really interesting stuff, and good night, Kadia, and thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate that. Now that's a really good question about Easter Monday and Garfield. I don't know. Is Garfield a Christian? Also, like, I mean, obviously, no, wait. He lives in America, so we know that Garfield lives in America. And is Easter Monday like an actual like holiday in America? Like, and the reason why I'm asking is like it's a public holiday in Germany. But last year I was talking to a friend from Rome, like from Italy, right? An Italian friend, and they were like, well, I need to go to the bank. And that was on Easter Monday, like not Easter Monday, like on actual Easter Sunday. And like if the banks do have like in-person meetings on Easter Sunday in fucking Rome, I don't know what. So is Easter Monday an actual holiday in America? Yeah, but, Ori, you're right, but that's June. Oh right, the Devils. I don't know. I'm I'm gonna read it. I'm just like tired of like I mean, maybe actually Abercrombie doing something else than First Law. Maybe that works because like I did like the start of the Age of Madness trilogy, and then it just like turned into like the your average like Abercrombie's bullshit nihilism, and I'm like, I'm so fucking over this stuff, man. Like I've said this before. Mike is a dickhead. Mike is also, and I make this very clear, someone who voted for Trump 3 fucking times. He's very much in favor of fascism. He sucks. Mike is dumb as fuck. He wants books that are all about manly men doing manly shit. He doesn't want to have anything else. He's, well, to put it mildly, he deserves a fucking punch in the face. And him complaining about political messages in books is like, oh no, there's women that have opinions. That's where shit starts. Like fucking The fact that people like that are still allowed on BookTube and are still like respected, and it fucking pisses me off because he doesn't frame it as that. He's not like, hello, my name is Mike, and I'm a fascist. I like fascist ideas. Here's my fascist favorite books. He's not doing that. It's like, I like non-political. You're not fucking non-political. You're a fucking white supremacist motherfucking asshole. And it pisses me off that we're still there because no one dares to say anything because it's, we're non-political. We're kind to each other. We do the fucking Quilluminati and grow fucking spines, motherfuckers. And I'm so fucking done with BookTube, man. No, Pynchon didn't write Infinite Jest. David Foster Wallace wrote Infinite Jest. Easter is when a dude who rode on a donkey into Jerusalem got nailed to the tree, not for animal cruelty, but for being a massive pain in the ass. And then he came back after 3 days and said, like, hey guys, I redeemed all your sins. That's how Easter happens, roughly. And it is the Sunday after Passover, and Passover is the first full moon in spring. So now you know all about it. Yes, I have the guy Gabriel K on it. I'm the one thing I need to figure out is like, is Written on the Dark a sequel to Song for Arbonne, or does it just like look at it likely like that because it is that weird sort of like romantic France 12th century France fantasy world, because it, like, from the synopsis it could have been like a sequel to. Oh no, that Paul, that sounds really cool. Like, because Harlan Ellison, and always something. Even if I disagree with Harlan Ellison, it's always worth disagreeing with that guy because man's had some opinions. But the Britain Shadow Ticket is for September. I think it's end of September, so it's like way in the future. Yeah, but Kadia, that's the point. Is like, why are banks opening, and why are fucking banks opening on Easter Sunday in fucking Rome, in Italy? I give up on Catholicism at that point. the blade itself works really well as like someone being like really doing like the very in your face sort of like satire of Lord of the Rings. It kind of breaks down beyond that because it does sort of like falter when he does the whole like Gurkish stuff where I'm like, you're good as long as you sort of like satirize like the British Empire, but you're falling into like the Orientalism trap as soon as you do like the other stuff. And let's not talk about the anti-Semitism because it's in there and it's kind of hard. Wait, Jason had an actually like good take for once. Chantel, um, I hate to say this, but has have Americans thought about the idea that maybe late capitalism is maybe not the best thing ever? No, it's not about Dude Bros. Mike from Mike's Book Reviews is no, look, he's not a dyed in the wool fascist. I'll be willing to admit that, but he's someone who's very much happy to brush away people making Hitler Mein Kampf reading commentaries in his server and threatening to ban people for mentioning that there might be racism in Lovecraft books. And at that point, no, we're done. Fuck you. Like seriously, that's the point where yeah, no. That man has no integrity, no brains, and nothing else. He's a fucking asshole. He's dumb as shit, and I have no regrets. And I'm just annoyed by the fact that like people I sort of respected, like Philip Chase and Beltube, are doing the Quilluminati with someone as fucking right wing as that motherfucker, and I'm annoyed by that. But that's BookTube because BookTube tries to be non-political, and it frustrates me because I know that that's not the political views of people like Philip Chase, but he does go there, and yeah, at that point, at this point in time, fuck them all. I'm done with that shit, and it frustrates me to no fucking end because yeah, do your thing, watch society burning. It's not my thing anymore. No, no, there's satire in Abercrombie. Don't get me wrong. I think the problem is like the problem with Abercrombie is the problem that you have like with like a lot of postmodern writing in a lot of ways. It's that it is fundamentally fatalist. It's like, well, the world's fucked, so whatever. And The problem is, like, what you need is a vision for the future. The problem is that, like, the right, the political right, does have a vision for the future. The Nazis have a vision for the future. It's a bad vision, but they have one. And the postmodern sort of like thing that kind of grew out of, like, came out of like more of like a leftist sort of like thing originally, does not have a vision for the future. It's more like, well, we're fucked. And that's the problem, because you need a vision for the future that you're going to strive for. You need a dream. You need a revolution. You need a revolutionary like moment, and that's kind of lost. And Abercrombie does kind of play into that, because you read all of Abercrombie's books, they all end with like, well, shit's still fucked. I'm like, yeah. So your message is like, don't even try, and that's fucked. The message should still be like, maybe next time it works. So go fucking do something, because otherwise, I mean, the motherfucker's British. He's in fucking Brexit land. It's fucking a dead fucking island that's getting deader by the minute. And he goes like, well, I guess like anything you're gonna try is gonna work out bad. It's like, how can you, right? Like, how can you? But that's the point. For worse, I'm trying to leave that shit behind, and I think like someone with like Mike's like level of like, wealth and comfort and all the other shit, talking about like being dissatisfied by books bringing up, stuff that he doesn't want to talk about, like, problems of, people of color or different genders and stuff, like, is the most fucking privileged motherfucking that. Look, wood chipper. I'm just saying wood chipper. Well, he's like over 100,000 subscribers. He's big, and he hangs out with all these other people that are, people like, Beltube and Philip Chase and all these other, and everyone is like, well, he's nice because he's in his 50s and he's a white man, so he's got to be nice. Like, no, no, and it frustrates me, because like so much of sort of like booktube is built on like sort of respectability and friendliness and shit like that, and it annoys me, because if someone is as objectionable as Mike is, and he fucking is objectively objectionable, there's no fucking way around that, especially if you are like someone like Philip Chase. He's probably never going to talk to me again. If you are the kind of somewhat progressive person like Philip Chase, and you hang out with a fucking Trump supporter like this motherfucker every single fucking month, I'm frustrated. I'm ashamed of even knowing you, motherfucker, because grow a fucking spine. Your country's burning, and you absolutely. I don't know. It's so fucking frustrating, and it pisses me off that like BookTube goes like, "Well, we're a non-political space. We just talk about books," and it's like, "Are you now?" All these non-political books. It, I don't know. It just like enrages me because everyone goes, nah, I don't know what to say. It just like annoys me, the willingness to deny like views that people have said, like actually, put out before, just to hang out with the right kind of people, just like pisses me off. And the way that people are trying to not offend anyone. And yeah, I get it. Right now, you are living in a country that is like actively, doing the thing where they like, firing, people in academia and shit like that. But maybe you should have done something like last year when you decided to hang out with the people that voted for those kind of people, and ah, it, it fucks me up. And it's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating that BookTube is going down that road, and then they go like, "Oh, but clearly the problem is like people reading fucking Fourth Wing and making book talk videos about it." And oh, fuck them all. Oh yeah, Kadia, I totally fucking agree. Like the problem is like in that's the European thing is like the left lacks a vision for the future because like you're like more like center left is still sort of like doing the neoliberal, just like mildly, slightly less harmful like neoliberalism. We don't have like a leftist sort of like a slightly left like kind of vision, and that goes even further when you go to like other places. I don't want to talk about like any other country, but like if the only like sort of like vision for the future that is like a concrete vision is a right-wing vision, then we have a problem. And going like, well, we'll do the same, only less violently and more professionally. That's not going to work if everyone agrees that like life sucks, and that's it's so frustrating. I think like Daniel Green and Mike's were like the first people we all followed because that's they were around, and that's kind of the thing, right? And Murphy Napier. Chantel, you're leaving for the. I get that, but which part of the woods? Because like, if you're driving through California and you're like, unless the woods are literally on fire, I'm scared, right? Man, I hope your ankle actually, finally sets. Why do you want to be popular? I'm sorry. I grew up listening to Wasp. I have like very clear opinions that they're like, I wanna be somebody soon. No, the list is long, Kale. The list is very long, but I think like with Mike, I'm willing to be like aggressive because he's super fucking big, right? He's got like over 100,000 subscribers. He's big, and he's fucking smug, and that fucking pisses me off. That guy deserves, you know, everything that I can't say on YouTube. Like that guy deserves it all. Yeah, that's also true, Chantel. Right? Yes, it does, Britain. Now, it, look, there's a number of things that kind of go into that, and I try to not be like some of it's just like performance, of course. Like, for example, and I'm not gonna go like into like deep hate or anything of the sort. Like, Bookborn starting her videos with like, "Hello, nerds," fucking pisses me off. The way she says that just like annoys me in so many ways, and I can argue about like the way she used the term nerds and all that's like it's just like the phrasing, the whole perspective. I'm like, yeah, duh, fuck you. But with Mike, I have like deeper seated frustrations, and I think Mike is one of the pimples on the arse of the book community, and it needs to be expunged. God. Good night, Ori. Oh no. Tchaikovsky's later work. That's like Swan Lake, right? Now that sounds good, Chantal. Like Oregon and Washington probably not going to be on fire. So you're good. Kale, I don't have any catchphrases. I don't do catchphrases. I'm not even going to go into that discussion about like classical liberalism and all the other stuff. Gods, no, I can't. I got to read both Karl Popper and Karl Marx at in fucking high school, and no, but here's the thing: a classic liberal that doesn't fucking exist anymore. Like that's, I mean, you can argue about like who's to blame for that. Like, um, I can't. I'm not against Tchaikovsky. I haven't read any fucking Tchaikovsky. I wouldn't know how to be against Tchaikovsky. I think I would be pro Tchaikovsky if, everyone else would stop fucking reading that guy. No. I still have to read Tchaikovsky. I'm pretty sure, like I'm following him on social media and everything. And I'm pretty sure we're cool. I just can't get myself to start reading his stuff, which is bad. I know. um, I think that the problem with like classical liberal is that classical liberalism doesn't exist anymore because of like the way that, especially the American political system has been divided. Like you can't be classical liberal anymore because the idea, the understanding of like being a liberal is that you have a functioning political system where discourse works and where compromises are possible and where everyone kind of works with the goal of like improving the well-being of everyone, and that has been left behind by, and unfortunately I have to say, by one side, and that was the fucking right. That's the Republicans that have like very much like left behind that liberal compromise between the Democrats and Republicans that you had like in the 60s and so forth. That's been left behind, and since then you have one group that is aggressively working towards a specific form of hierarchy, and another group that is sort of like pretending that that compromise is still existing. It isn't, and that's like where liberals are kind of stuck. And I I said it earlier when we started it today. Like I just finished The Entrepreneurial State by Mariana Mazzucato because I'm not just reading Marxist books, right? And she's very much a liberal on everything, and it's about like how the state is investing heavily and spending a lot of money, like funding basic research and so forth. And the patents that come from that are then exploited by corporations who get all the profits, and nothing comes back to the state, and how you might want to change that. And the problem with that book is like she's obviously right, but the way she frames all of that is like, well, clearly there has been a mistake in communication, and we've misunderstood the way this works. Like, there's not been a mistake. That's how fucking right-wing neoliberalism works. That is not a mistake. That's not a bug. That's a feature. That's how the system works. And the fact that liberals are incapable of actually pointing that out and going like, well, clearly that's what fucking capitalism like leads to. That's kind of the frustrating thing, because, and I'm for once, I'm not saying that capitalism is the worst thing ever, right? I'm saying like, be aware of the fact that the stuff that's happening right now and the way that capitalism has been, taken out of like any democratic control and all of that kind of stuff, and turned into like a system that like reinforces like hierarchical control and so forth. That is not an accident. That is not happening because someone made a mistake. That is because that's exactly what was planned. That's on purpose. And liberals going like, I guess something went wrong, without actually naming the culprits, is part of the problem. That's why I'm so pissed off. That's why I'm so pissed at like fucking liberals in that regard. Is like, you can go like, I'm a liberal and neoliberals like kind of betrayed us. Then be fucking honest. And don't go like, I guess it was a mistake that we ended up here. No, it was not a mistake. It was you not standing up to the fucking fascists. And that's what it was. And yeah, it's so frustrating that like those kind of liberals don't have the spine to actually do that. All right, guys. Now we're going like really strong and so forth, but it's like it's midnight. We've been doing this for like fucking 4 hours. I can either go and take another piss and get some more beers because I'm running out of beers, or we're ending this slowly. And that's not because like of the chat discourse. It's just like literally, let me know what you want to do. Yes, Jin, you should have voted harder with fucking 2x4s, man. No, lucky you, Ida. No, here's midnight. Ah, okay. um, all right, we're gonna do like one more hour. I'm gonna keep you entertained for like until 1 a.m. That's what we end this. I'm gonna get myself one more beer, but I have to go take a piss. So be be polite, be nice to each other. Kadia, thank you so much for holding up the wrench and everything. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, I guess. See you then. Oh fuck. God. God. Shit's bad. All right, here we go. How you guys doing? I'm back. Oh damn! No, I don't know if you banned him or not, Kadia. I assume you have gone by now. I'm sorry. I think we're good. We are not talking about Mike at the moment. No, Philip is not political. Man, Gorman gas is like taking too much of a break from Gorman gas is like a really dangerous thing because, yeah. I feel like the PO box thing is like a very American thing where you have like a PO box so people can send you stuff, but it's sort of like away from where you are, which kind of makes sense because you want to differentiate your online personality from where you are and who you really like your actual address and stuff. Sure, do it, man. Start your booktube channel. I mean, you read a lot of books, you know your stuff, you're on your second reading of Malazan. You're qualified to do booktube. I mean, everyone is qualified to do booktube. That's the point, right? Like, but yeah, if you feel like it, start one. Sounds really cool. We need more people to talk about Book of the New Sun and Moby Dick. It's a very small community, but like I'm a fan already. And I'm saying that as someone who, yeah, I've read Moby Dick twice and Book of the New Sun way too many times. Like five, I think. What's one of the densest things you ever read, Moby Dick or Book of the New Sun, Britain? Book of the New Sun is so good. It just has like so many like weird layers and elements and stuff, and it yeah. There's reasons why like everyone went like a lot of like writers and went go going like yeah, you know, Gene Wolfe, best writer of the 20th century, Book of the New Sun, you got to read this. And if Ursula Le Guin and Neil Gaiman go like, well, you got to read this book, it's good. Yeah, you might want to read this book because it's good. Oh yeah, Gorman gas is fucking dense. I agree. That's yeah, like that's a fucking slab of literature. Like every page is worth like a a marble slab of poetry. No, it's really good. No, I don't think like the call out thing works for BookTube that much. I don't think that works. At least not in like the more like adult and epic fantasy area. That their call outs don't work. Other parts of YouTube, yes, but not in BookTube. Don't do that unless you actually have like a legitimate kind of thing that needs to be talked about. Yeah, that's the point. Like, Book of the New Sun is incredibly Catholic, even, and yeah, if you know your Catholics, if you know your Catholicism. The sad thing is that Jason doesn't know anything about literature, and that's part of the problem. I still have to read the latter books. I'm so going to read the latter books. They're on my phone all the time, and I kind of always get like sidetracked by something else. But that's the thing. Like New Sun is its very own beast, and like Long Sun, Short Sun, Wizard Knight, all the other stuff is like somewhat different. But like New Sun is kind of the thing, and I get how it's kind of difficult to go to the other ones and go like it's different, and New Sun is, I don't want to say better, but it's like very unique in what it does and how it does things. Ida, it's Jason Furman. He has a booktube channel. He has published books, I think. He's a self-published writer. Oh yeah, look, I know I love the latter books. I've been like I wanted to read them for years, and I've had them on my phone for like a long time, and I'm like, every time I'm going to Athens, I'm like, I'm gonna read the latter books, and I'm gonna film some videos for the latter books while I'm standing on fucking hills in Athens in front of like ruins, and I'm gonna talk about like the latter books, and then I get sidetracked by heavy metal. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's my point. Like I know I'm gonna love the latter books. It's just like I constantly get sidetracked by like other weird stuff, and I'm like, yeah, we're doing the latter next week, and then something happens. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do it next week, and I'm gonna wait until I go to Athens, and yeah. I don't want to say I'm like knowledgeable in the Hellenic era. I'm more in the classical era when it comes to like Greek stuff. and I know that Latra obviously being like Roman means it's like later Hellenic era. But yeah, been there, done that. um, urinated on the at the wall of the Kerameikos. Um, don't look that up. I mean, the Kerameikos is the old Athenian hero cemetery, which is where yeah, the heroes of Athens were buried during the Peloponnesian War. And they have like a really cool museum nowadays. It's a really beautiful museum. If you go to Athens, go to the Kerameikos Museum. They have like a lot of like different like grave statues, like sphinxes, and an incredible bull statue, which is like huge and very bull masculine. By which I mean, well, got balls is what I'm saying. And when I went there, I was there with a at the time they're like, "Oh, you're blind. You can touch everything." And I'm like, "You sure? These are like, historical articles." No, no, you're blind. You can touch everything. And I'm, the bull? Yeah, sure. They're like, all right. I've touched some very historical bull balls, is what I'm saying. And but yeah, like if you ever go to Athens, go to the Kerameikos Museum. Also go to the new Acropolis Museum, which is really good, like incredibly good when it comes to like looking at like how stuff has been presented, like at like the historical layers and stuff, and including this the point where like certain aristocrats from an Ireland slightly west of continental Europe stole large parts of the Parthenon and haven't given them back since. Yeah. The best part about the Kerameikos though is like you have the museum, you have the rest, which is still like a cemetery, right? And because it's still like Greece and it's Athens, and you have these like 2,000-year-old like tombstones basically, and there's a bunch of like fucking tortoises just like walking around because it's a park in Athens, and there's like all these tortoises walking around between like these monuments of people that died during the Peloponnesian War, and they're like very very relaxed tortoises. What I'm saying, so it's really cool. I I can't recommend going to Athens enough. It's a wonderful city. You did steal fair and square. That is true. Yes, I agree, Britain. It's very practical, and I think that's a good and the bad part of it. It's like it's very limited, and he knows what he's doing. Don't get me wrong; he knows what he's doing. It's that he does not understand that there might be other ways of doing things. Where I disagree with him, and but yeah, he certainly knows what he's doing when he does stuff. But yeah. Anyway, if you ever go to Athens, check Kerameikos. Also, go to if you go to Likavitas, go to Likavitas on for the sunset. It's like the most cheesy romantic pictures you'll ever take. And if you want to go the more uh, cool thing, go to the Lofos Hill, which is in Exarchia, and it's a more it's the place where drug addicts go to solicit mostly gay sex for money and stuff. But it's also like a really cool place to hang out and see all of Athens from a hill. Um, Look, Athens is cool. Go to Athens is what I'm saying. I would say it lingers for a reason, but your friends, we're not so. I mean, you and me, yes, but like Jason, I mean, not so. I would not, deign to actually do anything about that. But yeah, I agree. There might be a level of contrariness somewhere. Um, I'm sorry to say that in the larger scheme of things, solo middle-aged disabled women are pretty much down at the absolute fucking end of things, which sucks. Um, no, in all honesty, yeah, there's a lot of like issues that kind of lead to that, where being middle aged is already like in the way that our form of patriarchy has built up. You're already fucked. Being and disability. That's like a whole complex I'm trying to not talk about, like wholly, but yeah, disability kind of makes like all of that stuff so fucking difficult. It's bad. I wish it wasn't. I'm still so fucking pissed about the whole Daniel Green thing and psychoanalyzing. That's part of the problem. It's like, no, it's very simple. Daniel Green did use his level of, how to say that, like, shit went down, and it may not actually reach the levels of legal sexual abuse or anything of the sorts, but because of the power imbalance and so forth, and he did fuck up massively. And because of the stuff that happens afterwards, everyone is kind of fine because of how we deal with that kind of stuff. And psychoanalyzing Daniel Green doesn't do anything of the. There's reasons why I didn't make a video on that, because you know Mitch, is it working though? Is it actually working? And don't tell me that you're really bad at like drawing. No. CBT is like, yeah, the one that works. But yeah, final beer for tonight. It's so yeah. Here's the thing: like, don't psychoanalyze or whatever anyone else on the internet, even if you have like an actual, education in something. Jason Furman doesn't have an education in anything, not even in writing. He's written something. I've written something. I have a fucking degree in computer science. I have written a fucking thesis. Does it make me? No, it doesn't. It. Nah. Anyway, my point is, don't do that. Especially when it starts, to go into like, hey, let's use terminology I like barely understand from like a language that is absolutely like scientifically discarded, and then use that for like videos and stuff so I can get views and shit. Like, yeah, you're a drama vulture and I have no respect for you, motherfucker. I don't know about Ariel because I'm yeah, not a Disney person. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Um, Without having seen the movie, I agree with you, Chantel. Usually, Belle deserves better. And if the guy is called the Beast, I mean, come on. But yeah, no, I don't know. Jane, come on. That's why I'm always standing in the corner with my arms crossed and being mean and shit. No, no. No. To be mad, there's differences, but yeah, I'm not exactly an expert in like on Disney things because I never talked about that, right? Um, I grew up as a kid in like a Waldorf school, which means like no television and all of that stuff. So my Disney experience is like very like old Disney and new Disney, and there's like a big hole, which is like old Disney that you guys are talking about. Like we could talk Aristocats and fucking Jungle Book, but beyond Lion King, I'm done. I would not hate watch Disney because like why would I? But nah, Disney sucks in general. Like because so here's the thing: the most impressive and interesting children's book author of the 20th century, and I'm saying this as a Winnie the Pooh fan, and A. Milne is incredibly up there. But Tove Jansson, right, inventor of the Moomins, had the chance to sell the Moomins to Disney, and she said no because they don't understand me. And the first Moomins cartoons were made by a Polish company during you know Poland still being part of the Soviet Union and everything, because that was still closer to the vision than whatever Disney would do. And that should tell you everything. Also, read more Moomin stories. Everyone should go like seriously check out Tove Jansson and check out Moomin stuff. No, Aristocats is cool. Don't get me wrong, but like, yeah, seriously, mm, if you have never, if you have never read or seen any of the Moomin stuff, check out the fucking Moomins. Weirdest, queerest, coolest stuff ever done. It's so interesting. Like Tove Jansson was like doing like cartoons for like a Swedish newspaper in the 1940s, and got kicked out of that newspaper for making too aggressive and too angry Hitler cartoons in the early 40s. And she was like in a lesbian relationship while homosexuality was still illegal in Finland. Like seriously, Tove Jansson and the Movements are like really cool shit. Like beyond, big nose trolls. They're like really cool shit. Yes, Ida, they are exactly that. The big nosed trolls living in the forest that are doing anarchist stuff. And that's like the interesting thing, that like so much of like the moon things are like anti-capitalist, like anarchist things drawn and done by like someone who, yeah, who got like kicked out of her job as a cartoonist for a Swedish newspaper in the 1940s because her Hitler cartoons were too political, and then decided to do other stuff, and then yeah, decided that like her cartoons were not something that Disney would understand, and decided to go with like a communist Polish company instead. And yeah, no, it's really good. And seriously, read the Moomin stuff. The stories are so good. The cartoons are cool. Everything Moomin is really cool. Yeah, but again, that's part of like that's an actual Moomin story. It's like the flood in Moomin country, and then you have Snufkin and Little Mew going to the place, and then they start like tearing down all the signs that tell people what not to do, and that's part of the original story. That's not just the game. That's like that's like baked into the whole thing. That's Moomins. Yeah, Snufkin. Snufkin, the harmonica playing anarchist. No, that stuff is really cool. And as I said, like Toby Jansson was like living in like a lesbian relationship while homosexuality in general was like illegal in Finland and all of that stuff. Like, yeah, cool shit all the way around. So, yeah, yeah. Do more Moomin stuff because Moomin's cool. Um, Also, incredibly Finnish because like all the Finnish people I know are like very anarchist at their heart in way too many ways. But yeah, and that's the thing. Like you could like read some of the Moomin stories, and you have like the comet in when the comet like crashes into Moomin land, and you could read that like as like a weird Moomin sort of like exploration of like nuclear war, and like the threat of nuclear war in like the 1960s, and because it's the Cold War, and it's fucking Finland, which is like not exactly far away from the Cold War border in any way, but no, highly rewarding to actually read that and not just read it as like a children's book. All right, guys. Let's slowly actually end this and be more like Snufkin. Destroy rules and all of that. Nice. I'm so glad. I'm so happy for you, Chantal, that it actually worked out. And I'm still in my pirate phase. I think it takes until like September until I have like a less lugubrious smile. But yeah, thanks everyone for actually hanging out so long. I really appreciate it. Especially for like a Sunday that was not, the Saturday that I planned, but next Saturday I have to be at Keep It True because there's like, heavy metal and stuff. And Slaughter Extroy no, Slaughter Destroyers are playing on Friday. But anyway, I'll be at Keep It True and it's gonna be amazing. I'll be even older than I look. It's gonna be great. And the 2.5 hours, whatever video on anti-intellectualism will be out on Tuesday or maybe Wednesday, depending on how things go. But yeah, I hope some of you will actually watch that. Thank you so fucking much for actually hanging out so much. And yeah, I'll see you in a video or something. And thanks. Seriously, thank you so fucking much. I do mean it, right? Like, seriously, I mean it.